Chapter 791. I didn't expect to walk the last part of the journey with someone I don't know. Shui smiled and walked forward. Let's go, solipsistic. Countless people's hopes were in front of her, but it was her grave. Lu Chen frowned, but he still followed her. That afternoon, they came to a small iceberg. The interior of the iceberg was probably a huge rock. It had been covered in snow for many years, so it looked more like a small iceberg. Shui looked at the broken wall for a moment, then took a deep breath and pressed one hand on the ice. Not long after, the thick ice suddenly cracked, and the cracks spread out like tree branches. In an instant, the ice shattered, revealing the stone door inside. The stone door opened, and there was a black hole teleportation portal inside. Lu Chen took out the map and compared it. He was surprised to find that on the ancient map, there was the words, Snow Mountain City in Trance. Damn, it's really here. Lu Chen said in surprise. Lu Chen was even more certain that his ancient map was accurate. What? Shui looked back at Lu Chen. Lu Chen put away the map and shook his head. Nothing. Are we going in now? Yes. Shui stepped into the black hole first. After a short moment of dizziness, Lu Chen could see the scene in front of him clearly. He couldn't help but gasp. There was a majestic city in front of him. It was several times bigger than Jinan City. It was surrounded by walls that were more than 10 meters tall. The words, Snow Mountain City, were written on the city gate. The huge city was shrouded in dark clouds. The city was dead silent. The cold wind carried snowflakes through the empty streets, making the whole city look gloomy and solemn. This is the ancient Snow Mountain City. Lu Chen frowned. Yes, a city that has been dead for thousands of years. Shui walked toward the city gate. The gate was open. After entering the city, they saw some ice sculptures. When Lu Chen got closer, he found that these ice sculptures were very lifelike. Don't touch them. They used to be residents here. Tai Shu, who was lying behind Lu Chen, suddenly said, let them stay here. Lu Chen was startled and hurriedly withdrew his hand. Senior uncle, don't speak so suddenly. It's quite scary. But why are they frozen here? Lu Chen asked curiously. When the ice god fell, they were buried with her, said the Grand Elder. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. The ice god had fallen and dragged the entire Snow Mountain City down with him. Actually, this was understandable. Many immortal cultivators in the fifth layer of heaven didn't see mortals as human beings. With the ice god status, it wasn't strange for her to drag some people to the grave with her. Shui did not say anything after she entered Snow Mountain City. She walked straight to the center of the city. Lu Chen hurriedly chased after Shui. They came to a square, where there was a huge ice sculpture. Shui stopped in front of the ice sculpture. Lu Chen followed Shui's gaze and looked at the ice sculpture. The ice sculpture was somewhat broken. One of its arms was broken and stuck to the ice on the ground. However, one could still vaguely see that the original form of the ice sculpture was a handsome, burly middle-aged man. It's him. Shui nodded. It's him. Then she walked towards a palace. The palace's paths were complicated, but Shui did not have anyone to guide her. She went straight to one of the main halls. The main hall was empty. In the deepest part of the hall was a frozen throne, and on the throne sat a man. This man's appearance was exactly the same as the ice sculpture in the square. At this moment, his eyes were slightly closed and he looked peaceful. He held an ice sword in his hand and sat majestically on the ice throne. This person must be the ice god himself. Shui stood in front of the ice god and took a deep breath. She turned to Lu Chen and said, solipsistic, can you promise me something? What is it? Lu Chen knew that it was time for Shui to return the heart to its rightful owner. Help me take care of Grand-uncle until he recovers, Shue. Grand-uncle raised his head with difficulty and looked at Shue with heartache. Shue smiled. Her eyes were as clear as ice crystals. Grand-uncle, thank you for taking care of me and protecting me all these years. Now, Shue will leave. You must take care of yourself. As she spoke, tears streamed down Shue's face. Grand-uncle closed his eyes tightly. He could not bear to watch. He was the Snow Saintess's guardian. His duty was to protect the Snow Maiden and return the heart to the Ice God. However, he had watched Shue grow from a baby into a beautiful young woman. In his heart, he had long regarded Shue as his own child. Grand-uncle, don't be sad. This is my fate. Ever since I was 16, I knew that my life did not belong to me. I was just a bag of skin, a vessel, but in the past 18 years, I've seen a lot. I've seen the common people struggling to survive. I've seen the heavens being unfair. The fifth stage of the heavenly tribulation is imminent. Even the strong cannot survive, let alone the common people. If my life can save the lives of 1 million people, it's worth it. Shue, you're just too kind. Shue smiled and shook her head. Grand-uncle, you've told me many times. I know, but I just can't change. Lu Chen could not help but shake his head. Why were they of the same heart? One would drag the entire Snow Mountain city down with her, while the other would be willing to sacrifice herself for the common people. Shue, have you thought it through? You still have time to regret it. Lu Chen suddenly said. Shue looked at Lu Chen and shook her head. I don't regret it. I can't stop the disaster, but the Ice God can. He might not be able to either, Lu Chen said. Before Hachibi died, he said that even if the Ice God was resurrected, he would not be able to stop anything. But at least he's more useful than me. Lu Chen snorted. Is there any use? A person who sacrificed 100,000 people, his world might only be filled with himself. Shue suddenly became stern. Solipsistic, you're not allowed to insult the Ice God. Lu Chen shook his head. I know he's your god, but he's not mine. I'm just saying what you don't want to admit. Shue, it's your destiny to return the Ice God's heart. But don't forget, you're a living person. You can decide your own destiny. The Ice God's heart was never mine. No, it's yours. Lu Chen carefully put down the Grand-uncle and walked in front of Shue. It's beating in your body. That's why you're different from the Ice God. To become a vessel or to become a living person, it's all up to you to make the choice. Shue did not dare to look at Lu Chen again. She had thought about these questions before, but it was just a fleeting thought. Not everyone dares to go against fate, and not everyone can bear the consequences. Solipsistic, thank you, but I've already decided. Don't say anything more. Lu Chen frowned as he looked at Shue. This girl didn't seem to listen to him at all. Sometimes, you can control your own thoughts, but you can't change the thoughts of others. Shue walked towards the Ice God and slowly knelt down. She put her palms together and kowtowed sincerely. Great Ice God, Qianqiu is here. Please take away the thing you left with me. Chapter 792. In the sky, a pillar of light broke through the haze and rushed towards the Ice Goddess Hall, enveloping Shue and the Ice Goddess in light. Then, with a scream, Shue's chest was cut open. Lu Chen's eyes widened. He suddenly looked back at the Grand Elder and asked anxiously, Shue originally lived in the fifth heaven domain? Perhaps only commoners would be treated so cruelly. The Grand Elder was already in tears. He nodded, yes, Shue was born in the fifth heaven. Because of this, she had no other choice. She had to protect her own people. For some reason, Lu Chen felt disgusted when he saw the legendary ice goddess who protected the fifth heaven resurrected. Ice goddess, is only a so-so. Lu Chen said fiercely. Suddenly, Lu Chen pulled out the limitless demon god sword. Seeing Lu Chen's action, the Grand Elder became nervous. What are you doing? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. I promised to send you safely to Snow Mountain City. My mission is not completed, so you can't die. This. The Grand Elder didn't know how to answer. Obviously, this was just an excuse. At this moment, Xue was suffering unimaginable pain. Her chest was completely cut open, and some force was pulling her heart out. I've had enough of these strong people. Since you're already dead, don't make trouble for me. After saying that, Lu Chen shouted, Great Ravager sweep. A ray of sword chi shot towards the light pillar. With a boom, the sword chi hit the light pillar, but it didn't cut it. Stop. Xue endured the pain and looked back at Lu Chen pleadingly. Lu Chen said domineeringly, No. I'll help you complete the protection that you can't complete. And this time, the reward is live well. Soul body as one. Demon god symbiosis. 3 reincarnations. Tiger descends the mountain. Demon god lotus heart, sacred lotus sword heart. This was the sacred lotus sword heart that had just been restored. Even the 8 tails didn't use the soul body as one. At this moment, Lu Chen didn't hesitate to use it. The attack power of the Saint Lotus Sword Heart in the state of soul-body unification could only be described as terrifying. 1080 sword chi mercilessly slammed into the light pillar above Xue's head. Again and again, the fierce collision caused immeasurable damage. At this moment, the earth rumbled, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The entire ancient Snow Mountain city was on the verge of collapse. Heavens, this is his soul-body unification. How strong is his fighting soul? Impossible. He's only a 5-star cultivator. How long has it been since he reached the 5th layer? How could a 4th layer cultivate such a terrifying battle soul? The Grand Elder was so shocked that his whole body was trembling. If he fought in this form, the 8 revolutions 8 tails would not be enough for him to fight. Under 1080 sword beams, the light beam was cut apart by Lu Chen. Little Green, save her. A green figure appeared in front of the Snow Maiden. Although the Snow Maiden's chest was cut open, there was no blood gushing out. She could still be saved. Boss, the Snow Mountain city is about to collapse. Lu Yi carried the unconscious Xue. Lu Chen carried the Grand Elder again and ran towards the exit. Just as he was about to rush out of the Ice God Palace, Lu Chen suddenly heard a voice. Solipsistic, how dare you steal my Ice God's heart? That's my Ice God's heart. Lu Chen turned around. The ice statue was still sitting on the ice throne. A large amount of rocks fell, and the statue's arm was already smashed. Lu Chen snorted. She deserves to live more than you. After saying that, he turned around and slashed the ice statue with great ravager. Little Green, quick. The two of them finally escaped from the ancient Snow Mountain city. The ice mountain behind them sank into the ground. Run, the Snow Mountain is about to collapse. Lu Chen was still in the soul-body unification state, so he directly summoned 9 wings. Boss, we can't fly here. There's no time. I'll lead the way. You bring them up, quick. There was a turbulent flow of spiritual energy above the Snow Mountain. Lu Chen flew in front of 9 wings and used his spiritual energy to break through the turbulence. He quickly brought 9 wings down the mountain. Lu Chen had just left the Snow Mountain when he looked back. There was a huge fault in the center of the Snow Mountain. The mountain was pressing down into the abyss. An abandoned city could be seen in the abyss. It was the ancient Snow Mountain city. However, it was quickly buried by the snow mountain. In an instant, the area's landmark snow mountain had become a ruin. It was much shorter than the surrounding mountains. The ancient snow mountain city will no longer exist. Lu Chen shook his head. Shui-er was already unconscious, but the Grand Elder was still awake. At this moment, he was completely confused. The ice god had not been revived. The ancient snow mountain city was gone. His mission, had he failed? However, when Lu Chen attacked just now, he did not resist at all. From the bottom of his heart, he even hoped that Lu Chen would save Shui-er. It turned out that he had already made his choice. The snow mountain collapsed. Many people were rushing over. Lu Chen put away 9 wings and left quietly with a few people. 2 days later, by a quiet lake surrounded by icebergs, a young man in simple clothes was fishing on a piece of floating ice. A big fish. Unfortunately, this time, it was an ordinary silver scale barracuda. It's okay. The taste is not bad. Lu Chen looked at the fish basket. It should be enough for a few people. Under a rock by the lake, a simple camp was built. The snow on the ground was swept clean, and a bonfire was lit. Xiao Min was boiling water, waiting for Lu Chen to make fish soup. "Boss, hurry up. I'm starving," Xiao Min urged. It was easy to get hungry in cold weather. Got it, got it." Lu Chen walked over quickly and quickly prepared the ingredients. Not long after, the fragrant fish soup floated. Xiao Min was already crying. Leaning against the rock wall, the Grand Elder helped Shui-er up. "Shui-er, get up and eat something." Shui had just woken up in the morning. The wound on her chest had been stitched up by Lu Yi. Her vital signs were still normal. However, Shui-er kept staring at Lu Chen. Her eyes were indescribably complicated. Resentment? Blame? Or gratitude? She could not explain it clearly. Lu Yi, Furball, and Rhubarb had also returned. She brought back some herbs, washed them, and put them in the fish soup. Soon, the fish soup was ready. Lu Chen personally poured a bowl for the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder took the bowl, but Shui-er suddenly raised her hand and pressed down on Lu Chen's wrist. Lu Chen looked at Shui-er in surprise. Was she going to flip out? He was probably going to be scolded. She had lived for 18 years to complete her mission, but he had ruined it. "If you want to scold me, wait until you've recovered." Lu Chen laughed. "Why did you make such a decision on your own? Do you know what you've done? You." Cough 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 cough. Lu Chen looked at Shui-er. He could not help but feel sorry for her, but he did not know how to comfort her. Suddenly, Shui-er raised her head and stared at Lu Chen. Her stare made Lu Chen's hair stand on end. "You said you would accept the protection that I couldn't complete. Will you go back on your word?" Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The corner of his mouth rose. "No. Of course, if you're willing to add some cash, then I have no objections." Chapter 793. It seemed that not only was the fifth heaven about to be rebooted, it was also facing a huge crisis. From the legends of the 7 ancient gods, it was not hard to see that this matter was related to the magical beast army. And Lu Chen's current mission, rebooting the fifth heaven, was also related to the magical beasts. It was very likely that they would face the same enemy. No matter what, Lu Chen had messed up Shui-er's big plan. This time, he had to take responsibility for it. At night, Harry Ball was in charge of blocking the wind. Shui-er and the Grand Elder were both asleep. Lu Chen was still leveling up his fishing skills. "If only I could catch something like the clear water droplet." At this moment, he noticed that someone was walking over from behind. Shui-er was wrapped in a blanket. She walked slowly and sat quietly beside Lu Chen. Can you catch some other fish? It's always the silver scale barracuda. Shui said softly. Perhaps it was because she was weak, or she was afraid of scaring the fish away. I think there's only this kind of fish here. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. Why are you out here? You haven't recovered from your injuries. Well, I forgot to tell you something during the day. Lu Chen looked at Shui strangely. Shui's clear eyes looked at this man. It was a little dazzling. He could not tell if the lake in the night was more beautiful or if her eyes were more beautiful. Finally, she said softly, "Thank you." Lu Chen was stunned. Then, he scratched his head embarrassedly. It's nothing. If you can really solve this crisis, I will promise you that I will live well. Lu Chen nodded. Yes, live well. Oh, right. Do you know the identity of the ice god? His name is Xuan Wuji. Do you know about the Frost tribe? Lu Chen suddenly thought of this question. I'm not too sure. I only awakened a part of my memories. I know my mission, but I don't know much about the ice god's life. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. He couldn't be the ancestor of the Frost clan, could he? That was a possibility. If he had stopped the Frost clan's ancestor from reviving, then when he met Xuan Ling, Xuan Wu, and the others, it would be best not to tell them. Hey, are you trying to earn some cash coupons? Snow suddenly asked. Yes, of course. Why, do you know where to find it? Lu Chen immediately became interested. On the way to the ancient Snow Mountain City, I heard that a rare treasure will appear in the north of the Dongyu Nation in 2 months. When the time comes, all the experts will come. It's basically impossible for one person to snatch the treasure. When the treasure appears, there will be people looking for capable helpers. Some of the big forces will offer very high prices. You can go and take a look. The fish seemed to have taken the bait, but Lu Chen had no time to fish. He hurriedly asked, "What treasure?" We don't know yet. The oracle only gave us a rough location, let alone what kind of treasure it is. On the way, I saw someone offering a sky-high price of 100,000 cash coupons. This price isn't something an ordinary person can afford. But with your strength, maybe you can give it a try. But you have to be careful. If you still insist on not activating the soul body as one, then you have to be careful. At that time, there will be many super experts appearing. Even magical beasts might come to snatch the treasure. Lu Chen frowned slightly. If it really was a treasure, then he probably wouldn't become someone's helper. There were still 2 months left. There was plenty of time, so there was no need to rush. This is 20,000 cash coupons. Snow placed a stack of cash coupons in Lu Chen's hand. Your mission has been completed. We will leave here tomorrow. Lu Chen took the coupons and silently put them in his bag. You're leaving tomorrow. You and Grand-Uncle are both injured. Also, don't you plan to supervise me to fulfill my promise? Snow smiled. I don't think we've misjudged you this time. If you can't do it, then I don't think anyone else can. We're not going to Snow Mountain City. I know a village nearby. There are some people we know there. We'll stay there temporarily to recuperate. We'll make plans after we've recovered. Lu Chen nodded. Anne. Snow took out a talisman. This is my voice-transmitting talisman. The next morning, Lu Chen and Shui parted ways at the fork in the road. Lu Chen watched Shui and Grand Elder Tai Shu leave. Snow looked back at Lu Chen several times, but in the end, she disappeared into the snow with Grand-Uncle. Lu Chen shook his head and walked towards another fork in the road. This mission has finally been completed. Lu Chen was in a good mood. Although 20,000 was a little less, it was still a lot for someone like him who had nowhere to get a cash coupons. A treasure has appeared. I wonder what kind of treasure it is. Lu Chen took out the map to check. Since the map showed the location of the ancient Snow Mountain city, Lu Chen trusted it even more. There was a red dot in the north of King's City. There's a red dot here. Is it related to the so-called treasure? Lu Chen thought. Forget it. I can't be sure now. I'll know when the time comes. Anyway, you have the oracle, and I have rhubarb. I'm not afraid of you. Snow Mountain City was not far from here. Lu Chen planned to go to Snow Mountain City and pick up a mission to return to South Town City. He would then go north to King's City and get closer to the treasure. After walking for a few hours, a city appeared in front of him. There were more people around. Caravans, armies, and other small groups were all heading towards Snow Mountain City. And these people were all talking about the same thing. The Snow Mountain collapsed. You guys saw it too. That's scary. The whole mountain was gone in an instant. I think it's a good thing. We don't have to take detours anymore. Speaking of which, the one on the Snow Mountain should be dead, right? What kind of almighty person fought with that person? Who knows? But don't you feel it? It seems that the fifth heaven is getting more and more chaotic. Magical beasts from all sides seem to be getting restless. It's understandable that some strong people have appeared. Speaking of which, you guys know about the attack on the spiritual stone mine, right? I heard that another spiritual stone mine was attacked. The scene was exactly the same as the last time. The guards and miners were sucked dry until only their skin was left. Not only did I hear about it, I have a shadow stone here. This time, the dwarf tribe was in charge of mining the spiritual stone mine. Because of the previous incident, they specially sent a 6-star earth cultivation and 2 5-star earth cultivation to guard it. The result was the same. What, even the 6-star earth cultivation was sucked dry? Lu Chen walked past these people. His relaxed mood suddenly became tense again. That guy is on the move again. And he killed 3 earth cultivation powerhouses at the same time. That guy's growth is too fast. If I want to beat him, I don't just need to increase my attributes. This time, when the treasure appears, I have to get it. A month later, Lu Chen went back and forth between a few cities, accepted a few escort missions, and earned a few thousand cash coupons. This was the last time he accepted an escort mission, and his destination was Lower King City. Once he arrived at Lower King City, Lu Chen noticed that the people around him were a little different. There was only half a month before the treasure appeared. At this time, Lower King City, which was the largest city closest to the treasure, was bound to be a gathering of experts, crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Among the ordinary people, there might be high-star earth cultivation, or even stronger people hiding among them. One of the pedestrians accidentally bumped into Lu Chen. In that moment, Lu Chen saw his hidden badge. 9-star earth cultivation. That person even apologized to Lu Chen, hurriedly put on his clothes, covered his badge again, and left. Looking at the person's back, Lu Chen squatted down and patted Rhubarb's head. Rhubarb, looks like this treasure hunt is going to be interesting. Chapter 794. Now that Lu Chen was already a 7-star wild cultivator, his 3-dimensional attributes were still evenly distributed at 46,000 points per attribute. He was ranked after 200. After reaching the cultivator realm, Lu Chen's ranking rose rapidly. It was clear that there were more cultivators in the 5th heaven. Of course, his ranking with 2 million points was still very low. At present, it was impossible to infer the strength of the strongest from the rankings. Lu Chen found an inn to stay in for the time being. The lower city was larger than the previous few cities. Its area was estimated to be more than 3 times the size of Snow Mountain City. The cost of the inns here was twice as high as other places. However, the lower city was still crowded. Lu Chen found a few inns before he found an earth-ranked room to check out. After settling down, Lu Chen restocked on some supplies and then headed to the Commission Square. After 2 months in several cities, Lu Chen had already figured out the pattern. Slightly larger cities all had such squares. People would always have various needs and need help from others. Here, one could earn spirit stones. Difficult missions could also earn cash withdrawal coupons. However, cash withdrawal coupons were not that easy to earn. Missions with generous rewards were usually time-consuming and energy-consuming. Now that the rare treasure was about to appear, the Commission Square was even more crowded. Increase the number of members in the treasure hunt team. One star Earth cultivator and above is needed to assist in battle. 600 cash withdrawal coupons per day. 600 cash withdrawal coupons per day. It was now about half a month before the rare treasure appeared. At present, it was said that only a few teams had fought sporadically in the wild. However, they were only probing and there were no casualties. In other words, one could easily earn close to 10,000 cash withdrawal coupons. Recruiting 3 one-star Earth cultivators and above. Strong team. Must agree not to participate in the treasure distribution. Price will be negotiated in person. Looking for several one-star Earth cultivators. Can participate in the treasure distribution or pay with cash withdrawal coupons. Price will be negotiated in person. These recruiters were all at least Earth cultivators. Most of them would be negotiated in person. It was estimated that they could not be recruited at a normal price. However, Lu Chen also noticed that there were some people whose entrustment information was very vague. The Big Dipper clan is temporarily recruiting. Interview in person. Rare treasure, let's talk face to face. When Lu Chen approached these people, they only swept a glance at Lu Chen's badge. Perhaps some of them were whispering to their companions about Lu Chen's identity as a wild practitioner, but without exception, they all drove Lu Chen away. Stop looking. You're not qualified to accept our commission. Go away, don't block others. You're already a 7-star cultivator, and a wild one at that. That's rare. Excuse me, you shouldn't be here. He was just a cultivator who had not even reached the great cultivator realm. Naturally, he would not be valued. Lu Chen noticed that, let alone him, a cultivator, even those below the 5-star Earth cultivation level would not look at the commission over there. Looks like some of the more powerful forces are expanding their teams. Lu Chen guessed. If the Grand Uncle and the others didn't leave, they could have helped me. Lu Chen muttered. Unfortunately, after such a big incident with the Ice God, they probably did not have the heart to compete for any treasures. There were many people who issued commissions. Lu Chen roughly calculated that there might be 100 or 200 teams, and there would definitely be more participating in the treasure hunt. After all, Lu Chen had only looked for a while. It was impossible for him to meet all the teams, and many teams did not need to expand their teams. Some powerful teams had sufficient manpower and did not need outsiders at all. Lu Chen also heard that there were some dwarves and elves outside the city, and there were also a lot of them. Although they were all from the Dongyu nation, conflicts were inevitable because of their different races. In order to avoid accidents at this juncture, they generally gathered in other small cities nearby. Based on this deduction, there were at least a few thousand teams participating in the treasure hunt. The number of people could reach hundreds of thousands or even millions. Lu Chen could be considered a treasure hunt professional, but it was the first time he encountered so many people fighting for treasures at the same time. In the past, whether it was the UUS Secret Realm or the Heaven's Punishment Tower, it was always Lu Chen alone. However, this time, the moment the treasure appeared, it would be an unimaginably chaotic scene. Of course, Lu Chen could not join other people's teams. Now, the main thing was to understand the situation of others. After a general understanding, Lu Chen returned to his residence. Taking out the map, Lu Chen placed it in the northern area of Lower King City. There was a red dot there, but there was no hint on the red dot. I've been to this area for the past 2 days. This area is not like Snow Mountain City. The mountains there have basically not changed, but here in Lower King City, there have been some changes in the landscape, so the treasure might not be in the area shown on the map. He could only roughly determine the area where the treasure might appear. It was about 30 square kilometers. With Rhubarb's help, Lu Chen narrowed the area again. However, the treasure seemed to be buried very deep. Even Rhubarb could not determine its location. On his personal map, Lu Chen marked the smallest area that he had locked onto. About 10 square kilometers. Although I can't determine the exact location, if there is any movement, I shouldn't miss it. Being able to do this is already enough. Lu Chen was still very confident about this. Now, he just had to wait for the day the treasure appeared. The time for the prophesied treasure to appear was getting closer and closer. The entire Lower King City seemed to be no different from before, but there were some subtle differences. At the Commission Plaza, almost no one was recruiting helpers anymore. Many caravans and passers-by had left Lower King City. There were fewer people on the road. Many people left the city early in the morning and only returned late at night. The silence in the city was like the low pressure before a storm, making the entire city seem especially oppressive. On this day, several groups of immortal cultivators came from a far Lower King City. There were about 100 people in this group, led by a few elders. They were all dressed in the same ink-style clothes with the word Jiang embroidered on the chest. Their coats covered their badges, so their ranks could not be seen. It's the Tiannan Jiang family. It can't be, they're here too. This Dongyue Nation, Tiannan Jiang family, Tianbei Xiong family, Yushi Ghosts Guild, East Moon Sage Clan. If the Jiang family is here, then the other three families will not be idle. Sure enough, after the Tiannan Jiang family entered Lower King City, the other three families' teams also entered Lower King City. Well, you really jinxed it. The four major forces are here. What are we going to fight for now? What are you saying? When the treasure appears, the right time, the right place, and the right people are indispensable. There are so many people here. Even they don't have the confidence to snatch the treasure. Snatching the treasure is the right time, the right place, and the right people. We don't necessarily have no hope. That's right. Besides, the other races have also sent their big forces. Although the four major forces are strong, they don't dare to say that they are stronger than the other races. When the time comes, who will emerge victorious will depend on luck. Not long after the four major forces arrived, there was another troop outside the city, advancing into the lower city in a grandiose manner. At the front of the team, there was someone riding on an underground lizard, holding a large flag in his hand. On the flag were the words, Dongyue Imperial Family. Chapter 795. It's the Dongyu royal family. The surrounding people could no longer remain calm. Heavens, they're all here. Mounts are prohibited in front of the royal city. Only members of the Dongyu royal family are qualified to ride them. Although it's just a ground lizard, it's still a symbol of status. We can't compare to it. AI, even they've come out. Do we still have a share of this treasure? The people from the southern sky, northern sky, eastern moon, and western moon forces who had entered the lower royal city earlier all had grave expressions on their faces as they stared at the mighty group. The royal family really came. They still like to make a big fuss. It looks like the competition for this treasure will be more difficult than expected. The royal family's temperament was different from others. Even the people from the four major powers had their heads lowered as they walked. However, the royal family's people had their heads slightly raised, naturally carrying an insufferably arrogant aura. Lu Chen noticed that the royal family and the four major powers were mostly young people. There were only a few older people leading the group. These people probably weren't the strongest existences among the four major powers. But even so, their strength was already enough to make the various forces unable to sit still. When they arrived at the gates of the royal city, the royal family's leader unhurriedly dismounted from his mount, put away the ground lizard, and led the group into the royal city. When the royal family entered the city, everyone rushed to the sides of the road and bowed their heads in greeting. Except for one person, no one told Lu Chen that he needed to bow when seeing the Dongyu royal family. By the time he realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. The royal family's group stopped, and the man in the lead saw Lu Chen watching the show. "You, come here," the man coldly said. Lu Chen had already realized that something was wrong. Everyone around him had their heads lowered, and only he was stretching his neck. He could only squeeze out of the crowd and walk in front of the leader. The leader's gaze fell on Lu Chen's badge. 7-star. Wild. Cultivator. No wonder he doesn't know the rules. No one taught him. Behind him, the royal family's members all looked at Lu Chen's badge in surprise. No way, he's really an unaffiliated cultivator. How did he become a cultivator? This world is truly filled with all sorts of strange things. Even a 7-star cultivator is unable to join a sect. From the looks of it, he must have been rejected by the major sections. Brother Jing and I, isn't the entry requirement for sects very low? There are still people who can't reach it. The young man named Jing and I snorted coldly. That's because the requirements are low for us. But for ordinary people, the requirements of some great forces are something they can never achieve in their lifetime. Let's take this person for example. Even now, he has yet to join a sect. He is probably the trashiest type of trash that not even a sect would want. Lu Chen frowned slightly. There were many people who questioned his identity, but this group of people was the most outspoken. He snorted coldly. "I'm an unaffiliated cultivator, that's right, but that doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Who said that I have to join a sect?" The leader looked at Lu Chen coldly. "Kid, do you know who you're talking to?" Lu Chen smiled faintly. "What? Can the Dongyue imperial family interfere with my cultivation? Arrogant. Uncle Qin, this person dares to talk back to the imperial family. Kill him." A girl who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old said to the leader. Lu Chen's brows furrowed even tighter. His life and death were so easy to deal with in just one sentence. He didn't want to fight at first. Since these great forces were here, it meant that the treasure would appear in the next few days. It was very unwise to fight now. But if the other party continued to be so aggressive, he didn't mind being wanted in the 5th layer of heaven. Anyway, from the 2nd layer of heaven onwards, he didn't know what to do if he wasn't wanted. At this moment, Uncle Qin suddenly made his move. Overwhelming vital energy. A fierce and sharp spiritual energy shot out from his palm and went straight for Lu Chen's face. Sure enough, he still made his move. It should be some kind of Buddhist seal attack. Its power was extraordinary, and it was hard to track. Lu Chen snorted coldly and dodged the attack with a triple door. The palm missed and hit a house dozens of meters away. In an instant, a huge palm print was imprinted on the wall of the house, and the wall disappeared. The palm continued to penetrate hundreds of meters and destroyed dozens of houses. Finally, it hit the wall of the royal city. It was blocked by the special wall material and left a palm print on the wall. Looking back, the overwhelming vital energy left a row of palm prints on the wall hundreds of meters away. Countless people around suddenly widened their eyes. This casual attack, the damage is so terrifying. He hasn't merged his soul and body yet. How can he leave a palm print on the wall made of adamantium black tortoise stone? That guy is so strong. Lu Chen looked back. Those houses had been destroyed. He didn't know if there were people in the houses. If there were, they would have been smashed into meat paste. In the eyes of the imperial family, even the life and death of cultivators was within their control, let alone those commoners. At this moment, Uncle Qin was slightly surprised. He did consider that the other party was only a 7-star cultivator, so he only attacked casually. But even if he didn't use his full strength, a mere 7-star cultivator could still dodge his palm print so easily. This guy was quite something. As a member of the Dongyue imperial family, it was already very embarrassing for him to miss his attack. If he attacked again, it would lower his status. Humph, kid, this is a warning. If there's a next time, I won't be merciful. Uncle Qin, you're letting this trash go just like that. Behind Uncle Qin, several people glared at Lu Chen. This kind of lowly commoner must be killed as an example to others. Let us kill him. Uncle Qin waved his hand, stopping them from continuing. Shut up. As members of the imperial family, your status is so noble. Don't you lose your status by attacking a lowly commoner? All of you, remember this. Let's go. Uncle Qin didn't waste any more time. He led the troops and walked past Lu Chen. Several young people in the group glared at Lu Chen fiercely, but in the end, they held back and didn't attack. Lu Chen snorted. They didn't attack not only because they looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts, but also because they wanted to preserve their strength. Although the imperial family's strength was tyrannical, the 4 major powers were not to be trifled with either. In addition, he couldn't rule out the possibility that there were hidden experts around. It was obviously unwise to start a fight before the treasure appeared. However, since they didn't attack, Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter. He shook his head and turned back to the crowd. Speaking of which, was this the Dongyue imperial family? Lu Chen was a little disappointed in them. Ever since the imperial family and the 4 major powers had entered, the atmosphere in the royal city had become even more tense. Now, for some of the smaller powers, observing the actions of the major powers was the best way to obtain information. These major powers all had oracles. They could calculate the time and location of the treasure more accurately. 2 days later, the sky was covered with dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the clouds, and the wind raged in the city. Omen had appeared. The imperial family and the 4 major powers all came out in full force. After receiving the news, the entire royal city became restless. Almost everyone came out in full force on this day. Chapter 796. Rhubarb, wake up and get to work. Lu Chen packed up his belongings and led Rhubarb to join the treasure-hunting army. It was still daytime, but the sky was dark. After the large group left the city, they headed north in a mighty manner. The Dongyue imperial family's team walked at the front, unafraid of a large group of people following behind them. A man in a long robe held a compass in his hand, observing the location on the compass as he walked. After walking for a while, he stopped, and the entire team stopped as well. It should be around here, but the treasure contains too much spiritual energy, so we can't narrow down the area for now. The man said. Zhai Kong, can you calculate the exact time of the treasure's birth? Uncle Qin asked. Judging from the current celestial phenomenon, the treasure should be born within 24 hours. Uncle Qin nodded. They had already narrowed down the area to 5 square kilometers. Within this area, as long as the treasure appeared, they would know its location and act according to the situation. Each of the 4 major forces had their own oracles. Their calculations were almost the same. Therefore, they also occupied high ground and waited for the right opportunity to strike. At this time, it was not only the royal city's team that had arrived. More and more teams came from all directions, including some from other races. Looking around, the plains in front of them were already packed with people. Everyone had set up camp, waiting for the treasure to appear. Lu Chen and Rhubarb stood on top of a pile of rocks, staring at the crowd around them. So many. Lu Chen shook his head, who knows how many experts there are. The treasure this time won't be easy to get. Squatting, Lu Chen stroked Rhubarb's fur. Rhubarb, even you can't determine the exact location. Rhubarb lowered his head and sniffed the ground, as if trying to determine the location of the treasure. Then, Rhubarb suddenly raised his head and looked at a lake in the distance. It can't be at the bottom of the lake, right? Lu Chen asked curiously, didn't you say it was nearby? That lake shouldn't be within the range. Rhubarb didn't make a sound and ran towards the lake. Lu Chen hurriedly chased after him. This unknown lake was some distance away from the location of the treasure predicted by the oracles. There was no one around. Although Lu Chen believed in Rhubarb's ability to find treasures, going against everyone's expectations still made him somewhat suspicious. Rhubarb, are you sure the treasure came from here? Woof woof woof. You said there was something wrong here. Lu Chen was a little surprised. At this moment, a ripple suddenly appeared on the calm surface of the lake. Then, a large head emerged from the lake. Holy shit, a demonic beast. Lu Chen immediately perked up, but when he took a closer look, he realized that other than the head being a little bigger, it seemed somewhat familiar. After thinking about it carefully, Lu Chen remembered. Little golden carp. It can't be you, right? The guy in the lake revealed a pair of big eyes and blinked. A voice sounded in Lu Chen's mind. It's me, benefactor. I could feel that the dog beside you was using its spiritual energy to search, so I lured it over. Fortunately, it found me. Lu Chen's eyes widened. It's really you. You've grown so big. Speaking of which, it had only been a few months since Lu Chen last met the little golden carp, but judging from its head that was above the lake, it should be at least 3 to 4 meters long. Benefactor, it's too late to reminisce. Listen to me. The treasure this time is very dangerous. It's not something that you can fight for. Lu Chen was surprised. You know what treasure it is? Although I don't know exactly what it is, I can feel a dangerous aura at the bottom of the lake. Its strength is very terrifying. Lu Chen frowned. No matter how terrifying it is, there are at least hundreds of thousands of people here, and their strength is very strong. Even if it's the 4 heavenly kings of magical beasts, I'm afraid it will only be surrounded and beaten. Benefactor, that's not the strength of a level 5, Lu Chen was right. There were too many masters here. While he was talking with the little golden carp, someone not far away had noticed something and seemed to be rushing over here. Someone is coming. I have to go. Benefactor, if you must fight for the treasure, make good use of the Clearwater Pearl, but, if possible, you should go. The little golden carp seemed to be afraid of being discovered. When it saw someone approaching, it immediately dived into the lake and disappeared. Before Lu Chen could react, 3 or 4 people had already arrived beside him. They looked at Lu Chen strangely and then looked at the lake. Strange. Hey, kid, did some rare dragon species appear here just now? Lu Chen shook his head. No. Those few people were skeptical. It is said that when a treasure appears, there will be a black gold coin nearby. If you can catch the black gold coin, then the value of the treasure on its body will not lose to any treasure. Black gold koi, that is the rarest dragon species. Not to mention the treasure on its body, even if it doesn't, just a black gold koi is priceless. Lu Chen thought in his heart. Could the little golden carp be the black gold koi that they were talking about? Whether it was or not, Lu Chen would not tell them anyway. The little golden carp's strength was actually very strong. The last time Lu Chen caught it, he directly used soul-body unification. At that time, the little golden carp was still very small. If it was underwater, he was not sure if he could catch the little golden carp. Now that the little golden carp had grown very big, Lu Chen believed that in the water, there were very few people who could catch it. I said no, that means no. I came here to pee. You guys even chased me here. If you think that I am lying to you, then go catch the black gold koi yourself. Lu Chen said in a bad mood, then turned and left. Those few people looked at each other. That guy came here to pee. This seemed to explain the ripples on the lake. If there was really a black gold koi, he would not leave so easily. Thinking that the lake had just been polluted by that guy, those few people suddenly lost their interest and could only leave resentfully. Lu Chen had just left for a while, and the best position had been taken by others. Now, he was standing at the outermost edge. He did not expect to meet the little golden carp here. The more precious a treasure was, the more powerful the creature would be guarding it. For example, the godly demon Limitless Sword, but it was the strongest guardian of the ancient dragon race. Its strength was much stronger than that of the third heaven experts. In this case, the little golden carp's warning should not be groundless. Since that was the case, Lu Chen simply stood at the outermost edge of the predicted area. There were so many people in front of him, so he should be safe. In addition, the little golden carp said that the key to snatching the treasure was the clear water pearl. He did not know how to use it. At night, the originally dusky sky quickly became pitch black. The bonfires set up by the various teams could only illuminate a small area. From afar, this plain was dotted with sparks of flames in the caves, like will-o'-the-wisps. Only when lightning occasionally flashed through the dark clouds would it instantly illuminate the ground, and one could see a large number of treasure hunters gathered everywhere. At this moment, the ground began to shake violently. For a moment, there were exclamations everywhere. Chapter 797. The treasure is about to appear. Be careful of the ground, there's going to be an earthquake. The panicked crowd no longer cared about the fire. The strong wind easily extinguished the sparks of the fire, and everyone was plunged into darkness. Lu Chen had never encountered such a situation before. He quickly stood up. Rhubarb, come back first. The surroundings were too dark. Lu Chen was afraid that there would be a change, so he first recalled Rhubarb. Heavenly Eye. Lu Chen immediately activated his heavenly eye to help him identify the item. Most people were still in place. It seemed that the treasure had not appeared. Someone must have deliberately misled others just now in an attempt to create more chaos. At this time, no one's words could be trusted. However, a large number of cracks had indeed appeared on the ground. A bolt of lightning flashed, and the cracks on the ground could be seen crisscrossing left and right, spreading in all directions like tree roots. Fortunately, Lu Chen was not in the central area, so the impact here was smaller. What kind of treasure is it? It hasn't appeared yet, and there's already such a big commotion. Someone beside him sighed. It would be great if a large number of treasures appeared. If we're lucky, we can still get some. But it seems that it might be some kind of powerful treasure. If that's the case, we probably won't have any chance. That's hard to say. Look at the darkness. The visibility is estimated to be no more than 3 to 4 meters. When the time comes and chaos ensues, we won't even know who got the treasure. Beside Lu Chen, there were also some small teams with mediocre strength who were trying to fish in troubled waters. The shaking of the earth became more and more violent. The ground under Lu Chen's feet also began to crack, and the cracks spread farther and farther. At this moment, someone suddenly screamed. Lu Chen had not yet understood what was going on when someone beside him also screamed. Immediately after, Lu Chen discovered that a large amount of spiritual energy was rushing out from the ground, gushing out from the cracks. As long as someone came into contact with the strange spiritual energy, their body would immediately wither. Crack, crack, crack. The ground under Lu Chen's feet suddenly cracked, followed by a burst of spiritual energy. Lu Chen widened his eyes. Quick shift. With a quick movement, he narrowly avoided the eruption of spiritual power. However, the two people who were chatting with him earlier were not so lucky. In the darkness, they did not know what was happening around them. At this moment, a stream of spiritual energy suddenly gushed out from under their feet. Although the two of them reacted quickly, one of their arms was still touched by the spiritual energy and directly withered. Ah! Ah! My arm! As soon as the man landed, he looked at his arm in horror. Without waiting for him to stand firm, the ground beneath his feet collapsed again. This time, he was even more miserable. His entire body directly turned into a pile of skin in the flow of spiritual energy. Lu Chen witnessed the entire process with his heavenly eye and couldn't help but gasp. In any case, that guy was a high-star great cultivator, but he didn't even have a chance to resist and died directly. This turbulent flow of spiritual energy was somewhat similar to the astral winds surrounding the infinite fiend god sword. However, it was even more concealed, dangerous, and fatal. No, perhaps it couldn't be compared like this. After all, the dragon necropolis appeared thousands of years ago, and the situation here had just appeared. Naturally, its power was stronger. In any case, there were already cries of alarm in the surroundings. The turbulent flow of spiritual energy had already killed and seriously injured countless people. The most frightening thing was that the surroundings were so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers. The entire treasure-snatching scene was in chaos. The phenomenon is getting more and more terrifying, indicating that the treasure is getting closer and closer. Lu Chen was 120% alert, avoiding the turbulent flow that could appear at any time under his feet. His gaze was fixed on the center of the treasure-snatching area. The powerful team over there was in the center of the crisis, but they also displayed the strength of a powerhouse. Even in the darkness, it was not difficult for them to avoid the sudden appearance of the turbulent flow of spiritual energy. Moreover, they had endless magical weapons in their hands, and their team was still stable. About 10 minutes later, the cracks in the ground and the turbulent flow of spiritual energy finally stabilized. The turbulent flow of spiritual energy continued to spurt out from the cracks, but no new cracks appeared. At this time, a deafening thunder rumbled in the sky. The thunder and lightning crossed half the sky, as if the sky was torn open by someone. Immediately after, countless bolts of lightning fell from the sky and smashed into this area. Damn, I understand. What kind of treasure is this? It actually has the protection of a celestial phenomenon. Damn, this heavenly lightning is natural heavenly lightning. It'll be terrible if you get hit by it. This is really terrible. There aren't many places to stand on the ground. Such a dense lightning array, the lightning array fell and crazily bombarded Fang Yuan for dozens of miles. The rolling heavenly lightning illuminated the previously pitch-black land into a deathly white color. Facing such a frightening lightning array, someone had already activated soul-body unification in advance. Damn it, are they crazy? Soul-body unification. Protection of the immortal Buddha. Lightning defense sword array. All-conquering golden bell. All kinds of techniques and magical weapons emerged one after another. Everyone was trying their best to resist the attacks of the lightning array. Lu Chen did not use any techniques for the time being and only dodged with his body. He was relatively far from the center, and the lightning array was concentrated in the center. The surroundings were sparse, so he could still avoid it. Damn, is this the appearance of a treasure? So frightening. Before seeing the treasure, Lu Chen already believed the little golden carp's warning. It was definitely not groundless. The lightning array lasted for more than 10 minutes. When the surroundings returned to darkness, it was unknown how many people were eliminated by the lightning array. Lu Chen's small and weak team had either died, been injured, or escaped. There were not many left. However, the celestial phenomenon protection did not end. Suddenly, a heavy rain fell from the sky. Now, everyone did not dare to be careless. The moment the rain fell, everyone activated their shields, afraid that there would be fatal injuries in the rain. The rain was not a problem, but under the heavy rain, Lu Chen discovered a problem. The rain was too heavy, as if something heavy was pressing down on them. Furthermore, the ground was already muddy, making it difficult to move. Now, many movement techniques could not be used, such as rapid movement, 7 stars chasing moon, and instant shadow in the night. Only the triple gate, layers of ghost shadows, and 9 void steps could still be used. In addition, normal movement was very difficult. Damn, how many people's movement techniques were sealed? Lu Chen's eyes widened. The heavy rain fell for half an hour without any intention of stopping. It was getting heavier and heavier. The downpour had already blurred the world. The ground was muddy, and the low-lying areas were so full of water that it was impossible to stand. 2 hours later, the plain had shockingly turned into a lake. The original treasure hunting team of 1 million people was probably less than 100,000 people now. Even those who did not die in the fissure, the spiritual energy turbulence, and the lightning array, many of them had open soul-body unification. Thus, to them, they had already lost the qualifications to fight for the treasure. As for the remaining people, it could already be confirmed that all of them were experts. At this time, every one of them was covered in water droplets, but their expressions were unusually solemn. Thunder sounded in the sky again. Many people could not help but look at the sky. It wouldn't be another lightning array, would it? Now that their displacement had failed and their movement speed had slowed down, another lightning array would probably eliminate a portion of them. Fortunately, it was just normal rain and thunder this time. Almost at the same time, there was a loud boom. The surface of the lake formed by the rainwater suddenly surged with huge waves of mud, and the ground split in two. A silver light rose from the ground and rushed straight to the horizon. Lu Chen's breathing started to become hurried. That treasure was finally going to come out. Chapter 798. Everyone thought that the treasure was about to appear, especially those forces near the central area. There were already thousands of people rushing towards the light pillar. Lu Chen suppressed his anxiety. The little golden carp said that the treasure was very dangerous. From the previous celestial protection, it was obvious. He was not in a hurry to snatch it. In the direction of the light pillar, the thousands of people who had just approached were directly sent flying. Lu Chen couldn't help but be shocked. Among those people, there were many high star-level cultivators or even higher. They didn't even have the strength to fight back and were directly sent flying. The heavy rain was still falling. Lu Chen stood on the stone, and the surroundings were already submerged by the rain. At this moment, a golden light appeared at Lu Chen's feet. Little golden carp. Lu Chen recognized this guy at a glance. There was no one around him. The little golden carp swam to Lu Chen's feet. Benefactor, you still haven't left. Do you really want that treasure? Of course I want it. Lu Chen said, but now it seems that it's not so easy to snatch it. Benefactor, to get that treasure, you might have to pay a high price. Do you know what it is? Lu Chen asked. The little golden carp seemed to know quite a lot. Ancient god blood. Ancient god blood. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Speaking of which, he seemed to have obtained ancient demon blood before. Ancient demon blood was different from ordinary demon blood. It was something from the demon world. In other words, it was an item that existed in reality. Could it be the same for ancient demon blood? Benefactor, ordinary people can't merge with ancient demon blood even if they obtain it. Moreover, the ancient demon blood is now in the guardian's body. Her strength isn't something you can deal with. Lu Chen took a deep breath. Previously, when he didn't know what treasure it was, he didn't care. Now that he knew, he wanted to get it even more. The ancient demon blood in his body didn't have any effect. Lu Chen guessed that it was because of his special physique that it couldn't work on its own. If he could get the ancient demon blood, he might have a chance to strengthen his body. Little golden carp, I've decided to give it a try. You should leave here quickly. I'm afraid there will be a big battle here. I might have to activate soul body as one to have a chance of snatching the treasure. The little golden carp looked at Lu Chen worriedly. Benefactor, you might die. That's only a possibility. The little golden carp still wanted to say something, but when she saw Lu Chen's resolute gaze, she finally shook her head. Benefactor, if you can survive, go to the autumn water lake to find me. I have to go. That guy is about to come out. Benefactor, take care. The little golden carp suddenly jumped down and disappeared. Lu Chen took a deep breath. He took out the clear water bead and suspended it beside him. The rain could no longer hit Lu Chen's body, but the muddy ground and the harsh environment still greatly reduced the power of many of his skills. Primordial divine blood. I have to get it. At this moment, a series of loud rumbles came from the interior of the land that had been split into two. Then, a gigantic figure slowly rose from the light pillar. When he saw this guy, Lu Chen almost thought that he was looking at the extreme nether glow. The body of a woman and the tail of a giant python. It can't be the extreme nether glow. Wait, that can't be. Nuwa. If it was really Nuwa, then it was not as good as the extreme nether glow. This guardian was holding a colorful crystal in her hand. She had the body of a woman and the tail of a snake. Her long hair was like a waterfall and she was dressed in colorful clothes. If it was not Nuwa, who else could it be? Oh my god, it's Lady Nuwa. Lu Chen covered his mouth. No wonder the little golden carp said that they were no match for her. However, he did not know if this Nuwa was a real body or a fighting spirit, or just a remnant soul. Even if it's Nuwa, I have to snatch the god's blood. There were many people who had the same idea as Lu Chen. Those who wanted to snatch the treasure did not care who the other party was. Moreover, the stronger the guardian, the better the treasure. The guardian of the treasure has appeared. Kill the guardian and snatch the treasure. Could the treasure be the divine sky-mending stone in the hands of Nuwa's remnant soul? Half of you, activate soul body as one. The rest, listen to my command. The guardian of Nuwa's remnant soul is definitely not a small matter. Success or failure depends on this. There were already people who were certain that it was a remnant soul. Lu Chen also felt that it was a fighting spirit. Nuwa's real body should not appear in the fifth heaven. Lu Chen quickly approached the central area. At this moment, Nuwa's remnant soul burst out with a dazzling golden light. Lu Chen's heavenly eye was directly blinded. Even the heavenly eye was not spared, let alone both eyes. Lu Chen only felt that the world was spinning. Then, Nuwa raised one hand, and a torrential flood appeared in the sky, pouring down on everyone. The torrential flood surged, and everyone hurriedly dodged. However, only those who had the ability to stay in the air for a long time could avoid the flood. Some people fled in panic and used all their displacement skills, but they still could not avoid the flood. Lu Chen spread his wings and flew in the air. The rain made flying more difficult than usual, but at least he avoided the flood. Looking down at the flood, it was like a tsunami. The ground had turned into an ocean in an instant. What kind of attack is this? Lu Chen's eyes widened. There were less than 100,000 treasure hunters left out of the million treasure hunters. So what if it's Nuwa? We are also immortal cultivators. Why should we be afraid of Nuwa? Someone in front shouted with his real arm. Even if she's Nuwa's remnant soul, she can't deal with so many of us. We must get the treasure at all costs. Although there were less than 1/10 of them left, the fact that they could hold on until now showed their strength. Most of the people here were not lower than a 5-star earth cultivation base. 100,000 powerhouses rushed toward Nuwa's remnant soul at the same time. A large number of skills were wildly thrown at Nuwa's remnant soul. Everyone gave it their all, and the scene was exceptionally beautiful. Heaven mending. Nuwa's remnant soul shouted and pushed out with one palm. Close to 1,000 people in front of her were directly hit and flattened. These 5-star Earth cultivation base were directly killed by Nuwa's remnant soul. Create man. Nuwa used another skill. The muddy soil on the ground seemed to come alive and automatically molded into the shapes of various races. After taking shape, it seemed to have a consciousness in an instant and turned into lively human beings that rushed toward the treasure hunters. A 6-star Earth cultivation base slammed his palm toward a clay figurine. He thought that with his soul body as one state, he could finish off the clay figurine with one slap. Unexpectedly, the other party easily dodged it and sent him flying with a backhand slap. What? What level is this clay figurine? It's at least an 8-star Earth cultivation base. And it has the strength of a soul body as one state. Oh no, there are more and more clay figurines. Their numbers seem to be a few times more than ours, and it's still increasing. The land was boundless. It was no exaggeration to say that Nuwa's remnant soul could have as many clay figurines as she wanted. With just 2 skills, Nuwa's remnant soul had already suppressed these super powerhouses. Lu Chen was already surrounded by more than 10 clay figurines. He was still in the air and his movements were limited. There were still a large number of clay figurines rushing over. Lu Chen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He glanced at the huge Nuwa's remnant soul in the distance. Primordial divine blood. Did he really not have a chance to get it? No. I don't believe it. Soul body as one. Chapter 799. The treasure-hunting army was besieged by a sea of clay figurines, and almost all of them fell into a bitter battle. No one had expected Nuwa's remnant soul to be able to suppress 100,000 experts so easily. Nuwa's remnant soul is too strong. She can create hundreds of thousands of 8-star Earth cultivation clay figurines in one go. What kind of heaven-defying strength is this? No one can get close to her now, let alone snatch the treasure. Nuwa seems to be rising. She's going to fly. It seems that no one can snatch the treasure. At that moment, a gray shadow flashed through the large number of clay figurines and rushed toward Nuwa's remnant soul. Tiger descends the mountain. Suppressive fire. Get lost. Lu Chen held the Soul God Cannon and used the Psionic Space Cannon to open a path. At the same time, he took 9 steps in the air to avoid many skills and rushed toward Nuwa's remnant soul. That guy. Someone saw Lu Chen and widened their eyes. Someone's going to snatch the treasure. At that moment, the experts hidden in the crowd finally appeared. From each formation, hundreds of figures rushed out at the same time and chased after Lu Chen. These guys could really keep their composure and waited until now to make their move. Nuwa's remnant soul, which was the size of a small mountain, lowered her head slightly and glanced at Lu Chen. Heaven mending. A palm strike came. Lu Chen had seen the power of this palm strike before. It could easily kill many earth cultivation experts. Oh no, dodge. Someone shouted from behind, and Lu Chen hurriedly prepared to dodge. However, a huge wave of spiritual power surged over, and Lu Chen suddenly realized that his displacement skills were all ineffective. It was no wonder that such an ordinary palm strike could kill so many earth cultivation experts. Under the powerful spiritual pressure, there was no way to dodge. Unfortunately, everyone realized it too late. The heaven-mending palm was already coming. Without displacement skills, the only way to survive the heaven-mending palm was to use a shield. Celestial Worthy Fan. Mighty Martial God Body. Ice and Fire Shield. Fiery Body. Some people had already used their magical shield skills, their profession's shield skills. In short, they used all the shields they could. These people were indeed powerful. Lu Chen had never seen these shield skills before, so their level should not be low. Lu Chen also activated his blood sacrifice shield. Now, the members of the army were much stronger than before, and the number of members had also increased. Lu Chen's blood sacrifice shield's durability had reached 140 million, and he did not activate 3 lives reincarnation in advance to use skills that would damage his health. In addition to his HP, he should be able to withstand around 200 million damage. However, this was the 5th layer of heaven. Once the bloodstained shield was broken, even if the battle's soul didn't die, the physical body would die. He had to protect both of them. Lu Chen's mind raced. The damage of the heaven patching palm should be able to deal 200 million damage per second. Therefore, it was impossible to protect the war soul. However, the war soul had the ability to lock on to its HP. The key was to protect the body. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Chen decisively activated his skill. Divine Demon Lotus Heart, Inner Demon. Lu Chen activated the heart's demon state, further increasing his attributes. Most importantly, the 80% reduction in damage to his physical body, coupled with the 10% reduction in the ferocious beast skin, could reduce the damage to his physical body by 90%. Of course, the price was that in this attack, Lu Chen would have to suffer double the damage. He had completely given up on the idea of using his war soul to block the palm. He just wanted to protect his physical body. When the palm pressed down, Lu Chen only knew how terrifying it was when he was in the heaven patching palm. In front of this palm, Star Destroyer was like a gentle stream, but the heaven patching palm was like a tsunami. The spiritual energy was completely unable to resist, and Lu Chen's war soul was directly destroyed. Fortunately, his physical body entered the divine demon mixed element domain at the end, and he was invincible for 15 seconds. However, Lu Chen's physical body did not suffer any damage. This palm seemed to have only defeated the war soul, and Nuwa's remnant soul did not really want to kill these people. Since his physical body was not damaged, Lu Chen quickly activated the heart's demon state. What surprised Lu Chen was that, logically speaking, his war soul's strength was definitely top-notch, but in the end, his war soul was reduced to a sliver of blood. However, most of the war souls behind him had blocked Nuwa's heaven patching palm. Although Nuwa's heaven patching palm could not attack the physical body, the war souls were able to block this palm. These guys' war souls were extremely powerful. The 5th heaven was indeed a place with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Although there were dozens of people here who had blocked the heaven patching palm, an invisible spiritual energy wall had formed in front of them, and they could not pass through. Many people looked at each other until they saw that the others could not continue to force Nuwa's remnant soul. Only then did they feel slightly relieved. Imperial Sword Astral Form. Someone was the first to think of a way to break through, intending to use the astral form to try to break through the array. However, it seemed to be of no use, and they still could not pass through this spiritual energy wall. So this is the strongest effect of the heaven patching palm. It is called heaven patching, and it can even patch up the sky. Naturally, we can't pass through, a white-haired old man said. At this time, Nuwa's remnant soul had leaped higher and higher, and its huge body began to float in midair. It looked like it was about to fly into the sky. Lu Chen did not know where this fellow was going to fly to, but with the strength of Nuwa's remnant soul, it was very likely that she did not belong to the 5th heaven. Once she flew into the sky, they might not have another chance to obtain the ancient god's blood. Damn it! How can we pass through? Some people around used skills to attack, while others used astral form, but they could not pass through. Suddenly, Lu Chen remembered a sentence. Everything has spiritual energy. It was still necessary to rely on spiritual energy to enter the minute realm. Lu Chen quickly entered the minute realm state of spiritual energy, and a thick gas surrounded them. This should be the effect of the heaven patching palm. Lu Chen tried to attack the spiritual energy wall, but his spiritual energy was like hitting cotton. Although it could cause fluctuations, it could not penetrate. Next to him, there was someone using the martial god astral form. Lu Chen could see that he had transformed into a streak of light and rushed into the spiritual energy wall. The spiritual energy around the spiritual energy wall immediately surged over and squeezed him out. This spiritual energy wall is different from normal spiritual energy shields. Spiritual energy shields forcibly block attacks, but this wall is like a flowing liquid that can quickly recover. This spiritual energy is very resistant to other types of spiritual energy. As long as it is not a part of the body, it will be pushed out. Lu Chen was burning with anxiety, but he still forced himself to calm down. Let's try chaotic element conversion. Lu Chen changed his elemental attribute and tried to pass through the spiritual energy wall. Chaotic spiritual energy was spiritual energy formed in the creation stage. It had no attribute, and it was the most primitive form of spiritual energy. In the instant that Lu Chen stepped into the spiritual energy wall, he did not feel any resistance. Yes, I need chaotic spiritual energy. Right at this moment, Nuwa's remnant soul suddenly stopped rising. She lowered her head and narrowed her eyes slightly as she looked at the figure slowly walking out from the heaven patching palm. Chaos spiritual pill. A hint of surprise appeared in Nuwa's eyes. Why would someone here have a chaos spiritual pill? Chapter 800. What the fuck, how did that guy just walk out like that? The remaining experts were shocked. Others had used their ultimate moves and astral bodies, but they had all failed. But that guy did nothing and just walked out like that. Do we have to walk over with a calm heart? Someone suddenly realized this point. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down before walking towards the spiritual energy wall. Not long after, he was pushed out by the spiritual energy wall. Is my state of mind still not calm enough? Yes, I did feel a slight fluctuation just now. I must have a calm heart. Many people were inspired. Calm heart. Should be able to do it. Countless battles have improved my state of mind. If that kid can do it, so can I. Immediately, a group of people gave up attacking the spiritual energy wall and changed their strategy. They walked towards the spiritual energy wall in a calm state. However, each attempt was met with a merciless blow. Impossible, I have already entered a state of meditation, how can I still not pass? Are you crazy? How can that guy pass? I don't believe it. Fuck, what the fuck is this? Why can he pass? Lu Chen glanced behind him. Anyone who walked out would be his competitor, and he had to be on guard at all times. However, after a while, it seemed like they had only learned the form, and no one had a chaos spiritual pill. Lu Chen breathed out in relief. This was great, the spiritual energy wall helped him block off his competitors. At this time, Nuwa's remnant soul was floating in front of Lu Chen. You can actually pass through the heaven patching formation, you're a little interesting. Nuwa's remnant soul looked at Lu Chen with interest. Facing Nuwa's remnant soul, Lu Chen dared not be careless. You came here alone, aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Nuwa suddenly said. Lu Chen stared fixedly at Nuwa, I have to be mentally prepared to snatch your treasures. Nuwa sized up Lu Chen, and the more she looked, the more frightened she became. Suddenly, Nuwa waved her hand, and a domain-like area appeared around them. Within this domain, there was only her and Lu Chen, and the others suddenly disappeared. This. You teleported me? It's not a teleportation. You might have a chance to find out in the future. Are we going to fight here? Nuwa merely smiled and did not answer Lu Chen's question. Celestial Devil Symbiosis, Chaos Spiritual Pill, Ancient Devil Blood. Nuwa was surprised to hear this. How did you get the primordial devil blood? A friend gave me the ancient demon blood pill to save me. Lu Chen had nothing to hide. This guy could actually see through his secret with a single glance. His strength was truly unfathomable. Nuwa's remnant soul nodded. Yes, the cycle of cause and effect. You risked your life to save your friend, so it's inevitable that you'll be recognized by the demon race. It's just that your luck is pretty good. Their clan has the bloodline of an ancient demon god. That's why you have the chance to obtain the ancient demon blood pill. It's just that the concentration of demon blood is still too low. Lu Chen's mind buzzed. Not only could Nuwa's remnant soul see through his secret, but she also knew about his past. Nuwa seemed to have seen something, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Solipsistic, I didn't expect you to shoulder such a heavy burden. Do you know how difficult your mission is? Lu Chen only had one mission now, and that was to restart the five heavens. Nuwa's remnant soul should be talking about this. He really couldn't hide anything from her. I say, you're so omniscient, how are we going to fight? Lu Chen couldn't help but complain. Fight? You're still not my match. It would have been fine if someone else said that, but Nuwa's remnant soul had seen through all of Lu Chen's secrets before saying that. Coupled with the fact that she had only used 2 moves to make everyone struggle, it seemed that she wasn't bluffing. Since the profound gold koi has seen you, then you should know what treasure I have on me. What kind of symbiosis body are you? Without the restriction of god blood, your demon blood won't be able to play its role. I can understand why you didn't hesitate to snatch the treasure. Lu Chen suddenly had an impulse to not snatch the treasure. In front of Nuwa's remnant soul, he was completely seen through. The little golden koi was right. She wasn't someone he could deal with. AI, how can she be so strong? Lu Chen shook his head. It seems that I won't be able to snatch it. Nuwa's remnant soul smiled. If you want the god blood, you don't have to defeat me. Lu Chen, who had already given up hope, suddenly raised his head and looked at Nuwa. Could it be that there was still a chance? Nuwa raised the colored crystal in her hand. I was originally looking for the inheritor of god blood. Originally, to become an inheritor of god blood, one has to be at least at the 7 heavens, but you have piqued my interest. The stone in my hand is the divine sky-mending stone. If you can pass my test, I can give you a portion of god blood. Only 1 portion. Nuwa smiled. You don't have much demonic blood in your body. Only when the god blood and demonic blood are balanced can you unleash their power. So it's useless to give you more. If you want to obtain more god blood and demonic blood, you have to fight for it yourself. Lu Chen thought about it. It seemed that he didn't have much choice. He could only say, what test? Nuwa smiled. She raised her hand and a huge suction force came. Lu Chen was directly sucked into the colored crystal. The wind and clouds suddenly changed. The surroundings suddenly turned into an ancient forest. The huge trees were even taller than Nuwa's remnant soul, which was hundreds of meters tall. The sky was blue and high, dotted with white clouds. This is the test. Follow me to mend the sky. Nuwa said and suddenly rushed into the sky. Lu Chen originally thought that he was trapped in the crystal, but only now did he realize that he had misunderstood. He wasn't trapped in the divine sky-mending stone. Instead, he had directly become a part of the divine sky-mending stone. Damn! What the hell? Lu Chen was a little flustered. However, he could no longer feel his limbs. Only his consciousness was trapped in a corner of the divine sky-mending stone. He couldn't move. Wait, don't tell me you want to use me to mend the sky. However, Nuwa was no longer speaking. She dragged the divine sky-mending stone with one hand and her huge body continued to rush into the sky. Lu Chen was a little flustered. If he was trapped in the divine sky-mending stone forever, wouldn't he become a part of the sky and be imprisoned forever? He wanted to ask Nuwa if there was any room for negotiation or change to another test. However, Nuwa was no longer paying attention to him. She only cared about rushing into the sky. Damn, don't. There was indeed a black spot in the sky. It was especially conspicuous against the blue sky. Outside the hole was the outer sky. What was there? Nuwa's speed was impossible to determine. However, 10 minutes later, there was a loud boom in Lu Chen's mind. Afterward, Nuwa filled the hole in the sky with the divine sky-mending stone. Evil creature, stay in your place obediently. If you dare to take even half a step out of my territory, I'll kill you. Nuwa said before flying away. Lu Chen was very depressed. Was Nuwa talking to him in the end? Or perhaps this Nuwa didn't seem to be a remnant soul. The remnant soul had interacted with him, but this Nuwa had completely ignored him. However, the most depressing thing was that Lu Chen was currently fusing with the sky. Fuck, let me out. Nuwa, Nuwa. Don't go. Lady Nuwa. Chapter 801. Nuwa did not seem to hear Lu Chen's shouts and left directly. Now, Lu Chen felt that he was the only one left in the world. Lu Chen could not feel his body. He could see the world under the sky, but he could not feel his own body. This. Lu Chen was rarely as confused as he was now. He didn't know what else he could do. Wait, Nuwa's remnant soul said that this was a test. There must be a way. 10 days later, Lu Chen still could not find a way to leave this place. He did not even have a body. No matter how hard he tried, it would be futile. Am I going to die here? Lu Chen looked at the world under him in despair. It's better to just kill me. 20 days later, Lu Chen was about to go crazy. His consciousness seemed to be locked in this area, and there was no way to escape. In his boredom, Lu Chen could only look at the world in front of him quietly. He could feel the wind blowing, and he could feel the subtle flow of spirit qi. This place was probably at least tens of thousands of meters away from the ground, but Lu Chen could clearly see every inch of the land, down to a grain of soil and a drop of water. What surprised Lu Chen was that there were humans living on the ground. There were all kinds of humans, and most of them hunted for a living. They would also grow some simple crops in the tribe. Day after day, although this was not Earth and seemed to be a human society in an era of low-level civilization. Whether it was living creatures, plants, or objects, there was a faint dissipation of spirit energy. Everything has spirit energy. At this moment, Lu Chen felt more deeply about this sentence. If I can comprehend the spirit energy refinement here, it should be completely different from the feeling at the star waterfall. The spirit energy at the star waterfall was fierce and strong, but here it was more subtle. Unfortunately, he did not even have a body now. Naturally, he did not have a spirit pill. He could not use the spirit energy refinement at all, let alone comprehend it. In his boredom, Lu Chen turned over. Of course, in reality, he did not really turn over. He was now the divine sky-mending stone. He just changed his perspective. Behind him was an endless darkness. There was no end to it, and it was chaos. Is this the outer space? Lu Chen sighed. The sky that Nuwa mended, is it the sky of the fifth layer of heaven or the sky of a certain real world, but... Lu Chen found that with the knowledge he had grasped, it seemed that it was somewhat difficult to understand the concept of sky. After all, under normal circumstances, the sky was only defined by people. The real outer space should be the vast universe. There was no such thing as a canopy. But on the other hand, the various mythical beasts in Jiutian and the gods seemed to be saying that many legends might be true. Could it be that at the end of science is God? Lu Chen didn't understand either. He didn't know where he was and could only judge based on his own experience. What surprised Lu Chen was that there was also spiritual energy outside the heavens. There's spirit qi in outer space too. Also, the guy Nuwa scolded before she left probably wasn't me. So, she might have been talking about some kind of creature from outer space. The nature of the spiritual energy there seems to be very similar to my chaos spiritual core. If I had a body, maybe my spiritual core would grow faster if I cultivated here. However, everything was just a fantasy. Lu Chen was still trapped here. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen could see the plants on the ground wither. Then, snowflakes fell. It's snowing. Autumn left and winter came. Snowflakes covered the village. It was the first time he saw winter in this world, but Lu Chen felt as if he had experienced a century. What test? Lu Chen no longer believed in the nonsense of Nuwa's remnant soul. She trapped him here and then ran away. The treasure hunt of millions of people should have ended long ago. Nuwa's remnant soul should have taken the divine blood to a higher heaven. The funny thing was that he was trapped in an unknown place. Before coming to the treasure hunt, he should have gone to see Lu Yi. Now, he probably wouldn't have the chance to see his sister again. He didn't know how her development was. There was probably no hope of restarting the fifth heaven. He also didn't know how much the magical beast sovereign had grown. It seemed that he couldn't fulfill his promise to Qian Qiushue. He felt really guilty. He probably couldn't continue to search for the answer he was looking for. He probably wouldn't have the chance to make it in time for the final battle. Maybe Earth wouldn't be able to escape that misfortune. Just like that, he was trapped here. After a few more months, Lu Chen no longer had the strength to vent. He could only accept this reality. The snow is melting. Lu Chen looked at the melting snow on the ground. Everything was recovering. There was no longer any ripples in his heart. All he could feel was the ordinary people in the villages on the ground. Their ordinary lives couldn't be more ordinary. At this moment, Lu Chen felt that something was approaching behind him. He quickly adjusted his position and started farming. He couldn't see clearly what was behind him. First, it was because there was almost no light in the sky. Second, even if there was, the other party's incomparably huge body couldn't be seen clearly. What Lu Chen could see was a pair of incomparably huge eyes. They were like planets emitting surging magma. What is this thing? Lu Chen was so shocked that he was speechless. A few hundred years ago, Nuwa's remnant soul was only a few hundred meters tall. However, this guy's size had reached an unimaginable level. The other party seemed to have noticed that this was the weakness of the sky curtain. It slammed its claw over. Although Lu Chen didn't have a physical body, he still felt dizzy. Oh my God, what the hell is this thing? Why is there such a terrifying monster? No, this should be the guy that Nuwa was talking about. Was it the one that tore open the sky curtain? Before Lu Chen could react, the other party slammed its claw over again. Lu Chen almost fainted. It was as if the other party had slammed into his soul. Damn, what kind of attack power is this? Even the divine sky-mending stone can't take it. A crack appeared on the divine sky-mending stone. At this time, Lu Chen suddenly thought of a question. Wait, if the divine sky-mending stone is shattered by this guy, will I be free? He was trapped in the divine sky-mending stone. If the divine sky-mending stone was damaged, there would be no restrictions. With this thought, Lu Chen couldn't help but become excited. However, Lu Chen had another thought. If the divine sky-mending stone was destroyed and the sky curtain was torn open again, wouldn't that guy be able to enter this world through the hole? Without a doubt, to this world, such an unimaginably terrifying creature was undefeatable. Many tribes on the ground also felt the earth tremble. They looked at the horizon in horror. Even if they didn't know what was happening, it probably wasn't anything good. Many tribes opened altars and prayed for the protection of the gods. However, Nuwa didn't appear this time. Lu Chen stared intently at the two huge eyes. Should he hope that the behemoth would destroy the divine sky-mending stone, or that the divine sky-mending stone could withstand it? Chapter 802. Suddenly, Lu Chen couldn't move, but every time the beast attacked, Lu Chen could feel a strong impact. From this point, he should have some kind of connection with the divine sky-mending stone. The giant beast's attack came again. Lu Chen almost fainted from the heavy blow, but he forced himself to stay awake. Damn it, I can't let you enter this world. Boom, boom, boom. The series of attacks made Lu Chen feel unbearable pain, but he endured the pain and tried his best to stay awake. Divine sky-mending stone, if you've merged with my consciousness, then hold on for me. The divine sky-mending stone, which already had a crack, was still holding on after being attacked continuously. The beast didn't understand what was going on. It stopped attacking, as if it was surprised that the divine sky-mending stone was so hard today. After a few more attacks, the divine sky-mending stone was still standing strong. Lu Chen shouted angrily, "Why isn't Nuwa here yet? If this goes on, that guy will break in. Damn it, come on, I won't let you in." After a few more attacks, the beast finally stopped. Its two huge eyes closed slightly, and Lu Chen couldn't find it anymore. Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he was almost scared out of his wits, but he managed to hold on. I don't know if it will come again. If it comes again, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on. Lu Chen breathed a long sigh of relief. Although he won temporarily, Lu Chen couldn't raise his spirits. This also meant that he would continue to be trapped here. Forget it, I'll be trapped here. Actually, I'm a little tired. From the first layer of heaven until now, Lu Chen had imagined stopping to rest, but there were too many reasons for him to stop. Now, he finally had the chance. Watching those humans develop wasn't too boring. Lu Chen, wake up. Just as Lu Chen decided to return to his half-dead state, a voice suddenly sounded. Lu Chen fiercely opened his eyes. To his surprise, he discovered that he was no longer inside the divine sky-mending stone. Everything around him had changed. At this moment, there was only him and Nuwa's remnant soul around. Is this an illusion? Lu Chen's eyes widened. If it was really an illusion, then this illusion was too terrifying. It was exactly like the real thing. He had truly stayed in that world for more than half a year. Every day felt so real. It's an illusion. I've brought you into the illusion of Nuwa mending the heavens. The words of Nuwa's broken soul confirmed Lu Chen's guess, and made Lu Chen break out in cold sweat. If he used this illusion in battle, he wouldn't even know if he was killed. Lu Chen, can you tell me why you chose to protect that world? Nuwa's remnant soul looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen's mind was in a mess. After a long silence, he roughly sorted out the sequence of events. Everything he had just experienced was an illusion. It was a terrifyingly realistic illusion. I don't know. Those people were no different from me. At that time, only I had the ability to stop the unworldly abomination. If I had given up, they would all have died. Lu Chen shook his head and said, besides, I wasn't sure if I could be free after the divine sky-mending stone was destroyed. Even if I could be free, if the unworldly abomination came, I wouldn't be able to stop it. Nuwa couldn't help but laugh. So you don't really care about the common people. You made a choice after fully weighing the pros and cons. Lu Chen shook his head and said, I'm not a saint. I don't know them. Then what if you could escape? Would you choose to help them? No. Lu Chen said directly. Ha ha ha, Lu Chen, actually you overlooked something. Lu Chen looked at Nuwa strangely. What? You do have a selfish side. You are not the kind of person who would sacrifice yourself for others. Before you do something, you consider the pros and cons. However, when faced with something you can't be sure of, when you have to make a choice, you will often choose to be kinder to the weak. You are more inclined to choose to satisfy your own needs from your enemies, but to the weak, you will always be sympathetic. Your world has its own standards of good and evil. Even if the Jiutian rule is that the strong are respected, you will always adhere to the good and evil in your heart. Lu Chen frowned. I only do things with a clear conscience. Nuwa's remnant soul smiled. People often say that if you can't change the world, you have to change yourself. But you are a person who goes against the rules. No matter how the world changes, you will never be able to change yourself. Don't forget your original intention, and you will always be there. It's a simple phrase, but how many people in this world can do it? Lu Chen, you have passed my test. I can give you a share of the primordial god's blood. Lu Chen's eyes widened. He had actually obtained the god's blood in this way. When he thought about it, it didn't seem too difficult. Are there any other tests? Maybe I can pass. Nuwa couldn't help but laugh. Don't be too greedy. It's useless for you to have more. As for the future, it will depend on your luck. Nuwa waved her hand, and Lu Chen found that the environment around him changed again. Behind him was the wall of spiritual energy left behind by Nuwa's heaven-patching palm. Many experts were still trapped inside, but at this time, they had already given up trying and could only stare at Lu Chen. What is that guy doing? It's been several minutes. Why hasn't Nuwa's remnant soul attacked him? It's useless to go over. Nuwa's remnant soul isn't something we can deal with now. I think it's an existence from a higher heaven. Don't worry, the strength of Nuwa's remnant soul is beyond our understanding. That guy won't be able to snatch the treasure. However, at this moment, everyone suddenly saw Nuwa's remnant soul raise her finger and cut a wound on her palm. Then, a drop of bright red blood flew out from the wound and landed on that guy. Then, Nuwa smiled at that guy. The fifth heaven is facing a huge opportunity, and at the same time, it's about to face a heavenly tribulation. Solipsistic, let's see how you continue to persist in your own good and evil in this storm. What you experienced in the heaven-patching mirage, if you have the time, it might be useful to you. After saying that, Nuwa blew gently, and Lu Chen was directly swept away by the wind and disappeared without a trace. What about that guy? Did he get the treasure? I don't know, why did Nuwa injure herself just now? What is the heaven-patching mirage? The rain is too heavy, I can't hear clearly. Before everyone could figure out the situation, Nuwa had already risen again and flew toward the sky. Dozens of minutes later, the mud man on the ground suddenly lost his life and turned into a pile of mud on the ground. At the same time, the spiritual energy wall also disappeared. The rain stopped, the dark clouds dispersed, and the pitch-black sky gradually returned to normal. However, Nuwa's remnant soul had already disappeared without a trace. These people looked up at the sky, their eyes full of confusion. In this treasure hunt, there were less than 30,000 people left in the million-strong treasure hunt army. Although Nuwa's remnant soul's attack didn't kill anyone, the astronomical protection from before had killed many people. When the spiritual energy turbulence and the water on the ground disappeared, corpses appeared one after another. This is the price of snatching the treasure. Uncle Chin looked blankly at the corpses on the ground and shook his head. However, the only person who had rushed out of the spiritual energy wall didn't get the treasure, and where did he go? Chapter 803. Lu Chen was now dozens of miles away. Nuwa is probably afraid that I will be attacked by others after the soul-body fusion state ends. Lu Chen could not help but sigh at Nuwa's meticulousness. Although Lu Chen had only spent a few minutes breaking through the spiritual power wall, Lu Chen had spent half a year in the heaven-mending fantasy land. Although it was an illusion, it felt so real that Lu Chen could still remember it clearly. Was that world real? If Nuwa's heaven-mending fantasy land was real, then was the unworldly abomination real? Lu Chen could not figure it out for now, so he could only stop thinking about it. There are countless possibilities in the Jiutian. Lu Qin could not help but sigh. If I can go to a higher heaven region, I hope to meet her again. Lu Chen's thoughts finally returned to reality. The primordial divine blood was directly integrated into Lu Chen's body. He leaned against a tree stump and checked his own status. His war soul had been upgraded from beginner heavenly soldier and beginner demonic soldier constitution to rank 4 heavenly might, becoming intermediate heavenly soldier immortal constitution and ultimate demonic soldier immortal constitution. At the same time, the worship of heaven and defying demonic might's attributes had doubled. The 2 innate powers provided an upper limit of 3 million attributes. After the divine demon set's exclusive bonus, it became 6 million. When the 2 heavenly mights were activated at the same time, his attributes increased by 12 million. The increase was still very obvious. In addition, the backlash effect was reduced to 12 hours. Finally, rank 4 heavenly might. Lu Chen said excitedly. However, I have the primordial divine blood demonic seed, so it should be stronger than the average divine blood demonic seed. There should be some other changes. There were no other changes to his war soul, so Lu Chen opened his body's attribute panel. There were no changes to his 3-dimensional, spiritual power, or ranking. It was still below 2 million. However, a line of red words appeared in the last row. Creation, bloodline, choose to activate. What's that? Lu Chen chose to activate the creation bloodline. As soon as he activated his all things bloodline, Lu Chen felt a series of cracking sounds coming from all over his body. His muscles were forced to stretch, and sometimes they would completely relax uncontrollably. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, if they saw Lu Chen's current state, they would definitely think that he was convulsing all over, having epilepsy. However, throughout the entire process, Lu Chen did not feel any pain. Instead, his muscles felt very comfortable. It was not inferior to a full-body massage. This feeling was somewhat similar to the feeling of strengthening one's physical body and bones when breaking through a major realm. Activating the myriad creation bloodline. My physical fitness has been strengthened. My spiritual core has been condensed into an ancient spiritual core. Creation bloodline, level 1, max level 5, 4-dimensional enhancement, 10%, the increase in physical enhancement will not be included in the cultivation level, consuming beast pills can increase the level of your bloodline. Ancient bloodline and battle soul bloodline effects can be stacked. Lu Chen hurriedly looked at his own attributes. Sure enough, his 4-dimensional attributes had increased by 10%. For example, his spiritual energy had increased from 40,000 points to 44,000. The increase in physical enhancement was not included in the cultivation level. Lu Chen wondered if he would not become an 8-star wild cultivator even if he added another 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Thinking of this, Lu Chen searched in his backpack and really found more than 1,000 cash withdrawal scrolls. He hurriedly added them to the spiritual energy category. Spiritual energy, 45,100, however, he really did not become an 8-star wild cultivator. Fuck, it really doesn't count in the cultivation level. Lu Chen frowned slightly. However, on second thought, he did not seem to care about the cultivation level. The various attributes were the true strength. The cultivation level was only related to one's status, benefits in the sect, and so on. He was a wild cultivator. Why would he care about the cultivation level? An increase in attributes is a good thing. Cultivation level and ranking don't matter. Lu Chen was very quickly relieved. The most important thing was still the battle soul. Lu Chen switched to the battle soul interface. Sure enough, all the attributes had increased by 10%. The basic attributes of the battle soul were already very high. An increase of 10% was already a significant increase. Especially the spiritual energy. Lu Chen did not have any bloodline before. Titles could increase the percentage of spiritual energy, but the universal bloodline could do that. 4 million spiritual energy. It can actually affect the body and the battle soul at the same time. This universal bloodline is quite strong. This time, after fusing with the ancient god's blood demon seed, Lu Chen's divine power had increased to level 4. Coupled with the increase in attributes, his strength had increased greatly. Oh right, this thing can still be upgraded. The increase will be even greater in the future. At the same level, in terms of attributes, I will be stronger than others. In the first heaven, Lu Chen's battle soul had a star level and bloodline. In the fifth heaven, Lu Chen actually obtained a bloodline that could strengthen the body. This made him very excited. Consuming beast cores can increase the level of the universal bloodline. I still have a few in my backpack. They were obtained from the snow mountain. Originally, they were for the beast god to grow in the future. However, Lu Chen did not hesitate to consume them first. In the end, after consuming 7 fifth transformation Swanee's beast cores, it did not level up. It seems that this thing needs a lot of beast cores to level up, or it needs a high-grade beast core. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I will have the chance to get it in the future. After understanding the ancient bloodline, Lu Chen leaned comfortably on the tree stump. He was in a good mood. From the fifth heaven onwards, the battle soul would be restricted. Increasing the body would become the most important thing. The activation of the ancient bloodline was definitely the beginning of a qualitative change. Humph, it is indeed a treasure. I didn't wait for so long in vain. After tossing and turning for so long, Lu Chen was also tired. He leaned on the tree and unknowingly fell asleep. In the morning, the sun shone through the leaves and shone on Lu Chen's eyes. When Lu Chen opened his eyes, he realized that it was already the next day. Damn, I actually fell asleep in the wild. Lu Chen shook his head. He was a little careless. Although the treasure hunt had ended, many people saw Lu Chen pass through the spirit wall. Even if they did not know that Lu Chen had obtained the ancient god blood, they would still suspect that Lu Chen had obtained the treasure. This place is only a few dozen miles away from the lower king city. It is not safe. Lu Chen hurriedly got up. He remembered that the little golden carp said that if he was still alive, he should go to the autumn water lake to find it. Lu Chen opened his map and searched for a while on the map. Unexpectedly, he found Qiushui Lake. For it to appear on this map, it meant that the autumn water lake had existed for a longer time than the sky lake. A lake that existed in the ancient era? Lu Chen was a little surprised. After carefully checking the location of the autumn water lake, Lu Chen discovered that the autumn water lake was southwest of the ancient king city. I don't know if the ancient king city is still there. If it is, it might be a little troublesome. Others don't know who I am, but the people of the Dongyu imperial family have seen me. They should remember me. Lu Chen frowned. If he was discovered by those people, he was afraid that they would not let him off so easily. But the little golden carp doesn't seem to be an ordinary magic beast. The warning it gave me before was actually correct. The strength of the treasure's guardian is indeed outrageous. What did it want to tell me? After hesitating for a moment, Lu Chen stood up. I should go and take a look. If the Dongyu imperial family really found me, at worst, I'll just destroy them. Chapter 804. 3 days later, the treasure hunting area was still in shambles. The ground was cracked and there were traces of water erosion on the surface. Bo Fan and his disciples looked at this scene with a serious expression. Falling dust, what do we do now? Bo Fan asked his disciple. Although Falling Dust was still Bo Fan's disciple, he now had another identity, an identity that only a few people knew about. The aura emanating from Luo Chen's body was different from before. His gaze was very calm as he said indifferently, with the appearance of the storm, the rise of the heroes. The fifth heaven is surging like a storm. It's about time for those old fellows to come out. Lu Chen was rushing to Autumn Water Lake. He was now rushing during the day and staying in the forest at night. If there was a city nearby, he would go and resupply. In a medium-sized city, Lu Chen found a teleportation circle and took some time to go back and see Lu Yi. The guide project was still ongoing. As the strength of the Earth players increased, the power of the guide project was further revealed. Not long ago, Lu Yi said that only 2,000 people had reached the fourth layer of heaven. However, only 3 months had passed and there were already 7,000 Earth players who had reached the fourth layer of heaven. After Lu Chen re-established the rules of the fourth layer of heaven, the environment was much more relaxed than before. These top experts were developing very smoothly. Although Lu Chen had given Lu Yi 12 immortal pills last time, they were extracted from the real world and were used in the real world. The improvement of the battle soul was very small. Lu Yi was still busy leveling up and increasing the strength of her battle soul. Of course, Lu Yi's attributes in the real world were already very terrifying. She should be second only to Lu Chen. Her physique was far beyond the standard of ordinary people. Lu Yi probably missed her brother, so she took a day off to have supper with Lu Chen at Old Sue's barbecue. On the other hand, Li Muhua said that he wanted to seize the time to cultivate and was unwilling to come out. In the list of 7,000 people, Wild Wave was the largest. Many of Lu Chen's old friends had entered the fourth layer of heaven. Leng Nuo, Ning Shuang, Hua Xiang, 10 steps, they had also entered the fourth layer of heaven. It was a pity that Lu Chen had already left the fourth layer of heaven. Otherwise, everyone could have a good gathering. The development of the players on Earth was very good, and Lu Chen felt a lot more at ease. Perhaps in the swirl world, the era where anyone could stop a speeding sports car with one hand would come sooner than 17 years later. Lu Chen looked around at the people eating barbecue. These people were also talking about Jiutian. It was as if Jiutian had integrated into their lives and become an inseparable part of them. In the few years since Empyrean's launch, it had changed the entire world from a popular online game to one that completely changed the world. Under the joint efforts of the Earth Alliance, the people of Earth were working hard to become stronger, trying to occupy a place in this endless universe arena. As for himself, from an ordinary person who entered the game for the purpose of making money, not only did he become a super rich man, but he also became the leader of all the players in the world. "Brother, what is the fifth heaven like?" Lu Yi suddenly asked. Lu Yi's voice was not loud, but it attracted the attention of a few people around them. They could not help but turn to look at the brother and sister at the table. Lu Chen's hat was very low, and his face could not be seen. The same was true for Lu Yi. Now that she was a celebrity, she could not simply show her face in public. Lu Chen shook his head. "To be honest, I don't know either." The people around then looked away. Perhaps it was just a discussion between two young people who were interested in the fifth heaven. Lu Chen was telling the truth. There were still many doubts waiting for him to solve. If you asked him to describe the fifth heaven, he would not be able to say it clearly. In short, you guys should improve your strength. Since the guide has already told you that the fifth heaven is the interstellar travel of the body, then you should also know that you are improving the strength of the war soul. Don't underestimate the strength of the war soul. The strength of the war soul can still play a decisive role at least in the fifth heaven. Lu Yi nodded heavily. "Got it, brother. I will work hard. After eating, I will treat you this time. Hee, I am earning money now." Lu Chen was very happy to let Lu Yi pay the bill, so that she could feel a sense of accomplishment. At night, some people could not stand the loneliness, especially in this kind of informal barbecue restaurant, which was not far from the bar. Not far away, a few delinquents were pestering two girls. The two girls kept avoiding them, but the delinquents kept pestering them, and even started to get physical. "Beautiful girl, you are wearing so little. Aren't you just for people to see? What are you afraid of?" It's so late and you still came to the bar to hook up with rich guys. Are you lonely? Brother will play with you. I am very popular in the Jotian. The two girls were terrified. You guys go away. What we wear has nothing to do with you. We just graduated and came out to celebrate. If you don't leave, we will call the police. Io, sister, don't pretend to be pure. It's boring to celebrate with just the two of us. Let's celebrate together in the hotel. Do you see this Bentley? I earned it in the Jotian. Let's go, brother will take you for a ride. The two of them said as they pulled the girl's arms. Go away. Louis had originally planned to pay, but when she saw this scene, she walked over. Old Sue was about to call out to Louis in a low voice, but Louis had already walked over. He looked at Louis's back nervously. Miss. Aya, you can't meddle in this kind of business. She is just a little girl. Call the police. Lu Chen shook his head and walked to old Sue's booth. He leaned against the mobile car and said, this guy, he can't go after paying. Isn't he going to let old brother treat him? Old Sue, how much is it? When old Sue heard this voice, he realized that it sounded familiar, but he could not remember who it was. He looked at Lu Chen again and hurriedly said, are you her brother? Why don't you hurry up and stop her? Those delinquents have weapons on them. Lu Chen did not take it seriously at all. It's fine, old Sue. I will scan your WeChat. After saying that, Lu Chen paid 500 yuan directly. Young man, you gave too much. Aya, now is not the time to talk about this. Hurry up and stop your sister. Under the baseball cap, old Sue could see that the young man only smiled slightly. Old Sue, don't worry. My sister will be fine. Besides, I am still here. Young man, your voice sounds familiar. I can't remember it at the moment. You are, I am your regular customer. Although I have been busy recently and only come once in half a year, I used to always eat your barbecue. Lu Chen played it down. As expected, the other side immediately made a move. Lu Yi was so fierce that she threw the three delinquents more than 10 meters away. When the surrounding people saw this, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Fuck, a girl with monstrous strength. This. Is she a level 4 powerhouse? She is too strong. Wait, that kid is holding. Why does he have a gun? Oh no, something is going to happen. Chapter 805. A red-haired young man actually took out a gun from his pants pocket. Lu Yi's attributes were indeed very strong, with each of her attributes reaching 2 to 3,000. However, when Lu Chen's attributes reached 1100, his result for the 100-meter dash was only 4 seconds. After 4 seconds, it was very difficult to improve. Lu Yi's current attributes were 3 times that of Lu Chen's, but she still needed 3 seconds for the 100-meter dash. She definitely couldn't be faster than a gun. You want to die? Alright, let's see if you can be faster than my bullet. Lu Yi was also a little stunned. She wasn't afraid even if the other party had a knife, but she definitely didn't expect him to have a gun. The eyes of the two girls who were rescued were full of fear. As ordinary citizens, they almost never had the chance to see such a scene. Don't shoot. One of the girls exclaimed. However, the gangster was already angry from the beating. With a bang, the bullet was fired. Old Sue's mind was blank. If he had been more determined, he would have been able to stop the girl, but it was too late now. However, the mobile barbecue truck suddenly shook, followed by a strange wind in front of Old Sue, and a blurry figure flashed by. When Old Sue came back to his senses, the young man who was leaning leisurely in front of the truck was already gone. In the next second, Lu Chen had already flashed in front of Lu Yi, one hand clenched into a fist, and stood in front of Lu Yi. Louis took a long time to recover. She looked at Lu Chen, who was standing beside her in shock. Brother. You didn't catch it, did you? At that moment, all the onlookers had the same question in their minds. Was there a bullet in the young man's clenched fist? Even the gangster who fired the shot widened his eyes, his mind in a mess. At this distance, it was impossible for him to miss, but why was the woman fine? Could it be that the man really caught the bullet? Lu Chen lowered his head and released his hand. The sound of metal hitting the ground came from the ground. He really caught the bullet. The baseball cap blocked his expression, only his cold voice could be heard. You! How dare you touch my sister? I did touch her, so what? Do you know who my father is? I'll make it clear today. Even if you call the police, I'll be out in 2 or 3 days. I drive a Bentley casually. I have plenty of money. The man still said stubbornly. Lu Chen snorted. I don't care who your father is. You think you can be arrogant because you're rich? Lu Chen walked to the front of the Bentley. Nice car. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Chen directly punched the car. A luxury car worth 2 to 3 million yuan collapsed in an instant. The body of the car was twisted out of shape. A single punch had smashed a car into pieces. What kind of terrifying power was this? It was like a superhero in a sci-fi movie. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Fuck, how can that girl's brother be so ferocious? Is that even human? Catching a bullet with your bare hands? The car was like a piece of tofu in front of him. Even a 4th heavenly layer expert can't do that. It might be possible in terms of strength, but with such a violent impact, his body wouldn't be able to withstand the reaction force. Who the hell is he? Wait, didn't someone say a few months ago that this person would come to Old Sue's barbecue for supper? Could it be, a car worth several million yuan was nothing in Lu Chen's eyes. His daily income was stable at 3 to 4 million yuan. Money was meaningless to him. The red-haired man was trembling. His eyes were full of horror. If that punch had landed on him, he would have been turned into a pile of mud. Someone called the police. Several police cars quickly rushed to the scene of the incident. The red-haired man hurriedly threw his gun far away. As soon as they arrived, before they could ask about the shooting incident, they saw the car that was almost flattened into a flat bed. Their eyes were full of shock. What the hell is this? Was it crushed by a road roller? No, it was him. He was the one who smashed my car into this state. The red-haired man finally found a weakness and immediately grasped it. He smashed my car with one punch. This car is worth 3.5 million yuan. Him. An older police officer, who should be their leader, looked at Lu Chen in shock and then walked over. He used an extremely suspicious tone and asked, he said that you smashed the car with one punch. Lu Chen nodded. Yes. The police officer's eyes suddenly widened. You're at the 4th layer of heaven. No. If you're not at the 4th layer of heaven, why are you pretending to be a big bad wolf? Damn, this is the first time I've met someone who took responsibility for something. I say, even if you want to brag, you should pay attention to the situation. Look at the situation now, you still. The police officer didn't know what to say. Also, take off your hat. Lu Chen shook his head. You should ask about the shooting incident first. That guy just shot at my sister. When he saw you coming, he threw the gun away. There are many witnesses here who can testify. We did hear the shooting, but you should take off your hat first. You'll come back to the station with us later. Back to the station? Lu Chen frowned slightly. He didn't have time to waste on this kind of thing. What else can we do? This is such a big matter, we must investigate it thoroughly. A gun incident actually happened in the city. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Several other police officers also restrained the red-haired man and the others. There were also people at the scene collecting evidence and listening to the testimony of the surrounding crowd. In the end, the more they listened, the more frightened they became. After a few questioning, they all rushed to the police officer in front of Lu Chen. "Hey, Lu Dui, this seems to be a little troublesome." The red-haired guy said that his father is. A female police officer whispered something into Lu Dui's ear. From Lu Dui's surprised expression, it seemed that the red-haired guy's father was indeed someone important. But soon, another young police officer rushed over and looked at Lu Chen with an extremely shocked gaze. "Hey, they said you caught a bullet with your bare hands. You destroyed a car with one punch." "Yes." Lu Dui was still shocked by the red-haired guy's background. When he suddenly heard this, he almost vomited blood. Caught a bullet with his bare hands. "Little Chen, did you hear wrongly?" "No, Lu Dui, I asked several people and they all said the same thing. They all said that this guy is not human." Lu Chen frowned. "Is this a compliment or a curse, that, Lu Dui, right? My sister and I really don't have time to go back to the station with you. How about this, can I make a phone call?" Lu Chen asked. "Make a phone call? Who are you calling?" "If you are worried, I can put it on speaker," Lu Chen said. Logically, Lu Chen couldn't make a phone call right now, but this guy catching a bullet with his bare hands really scared them. Plus, he was willing to put it on speaker. Lu Dui weighed the pros and cons and decided to make an exception. Lu Chen dialed Secretary Lin's phone number. "It's so late, I wonder if Secretary Lin is asleep." The phone rang twice and the other party actually answered. "Little Chen. Haha, why did you think of calling me?" "I'm following the team to do an instance dungeon." Lu Chen smiled slightly. "Secretary Lin is also doing an instance dungeon." "Sure enough, it's Jiutian. However, Secretary Lin only has time to go to the Jiutian late at night." "Secretary Lin, I encountered a little problem here." "Oh." Secretary Lin naturally knew that if it was a small matter, Lu Chen wouldn't call him at all. He immediately asked, "What's the situation?" On the side, Lu Dui frowned. "Secretary Lin. Was this guy joking, or could it be that he was really that person?" Chapter 806. Lu Chen briefly explained what had happened and Secretary Lin immediately replied. "I'll be right there. Don't move around." "Oh, can you pass the phone to the officer in charge?" "Secretary Lin, I'm on speaker." "Oh, okay, I'll talk to them." "Who's the one handling the case?" "I'm Lin Zerue." Captain Lu froze when he heard that. Lin Zerue, wasn't he the leader of Rivertown? "Secretary. Secretary Lin, it's me. I'm Xiao Lu from the Western District Police Station. I'm on Captain Zhang's side." Captain Lu knew that the other party wouldn't recognize him if he introduced himself as Xiao Lu, so he brought up Captain Zhang. Captain Zhang. On the other end of the line, the other party couldn't remember which Captain Zhang was. Although Rivertown wasn't big, Secretary Lin couldn't remember the names of all the police officers. Captain Lu was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to introduce himself. "Oh, Xiao Lu, right? I know the Western District Police Station. Wait here for me, I'll be there in 20 minutes. You're really Secretary Lin?" Captain Lu couldn't help but ask. Although the voice was similar, he couldn't be Secretary Lin for a phone call in the middle of the night. "You'll know when you get there." "Oh right, arrest all the suspects with guns. Don't let anyone go." Captain Lu could only do as he was told. While waiting, Captain Lu kept looking at Lu Chen. This guy and his sister were wearing caps and didn't want to show their faces. Originally, the police would have to take off their caps for interrogation, but since Secretary Lin had spoken, he could only let them wear their caps and sit at the side. Who were these two siblings? Why were they so influential? In less than 20 minutes, a few official cars and more than 10 police cars sped toward them. Then, a large group of people got out of the cars. Seeing these people, the police officers at the scene were stunned. Secretary Lin wasn't the only one who came. Commissioner Chen from the city police station and Commissioner Fong from the Key Case Investigation Unit were all their superiors. Other than that, there were also people from the military. The military immediately surrounded the scene. Secretary Lin and the others arrived at the place where the spell was cast. They looked around but couldn't find Lu Chen and his sister. Secretary Lin. Lu Chen greeted him. Secretary Lin, several bureau chiefs, and the head of the military rushed over. "Are you okay?" Secretary Lin asked anxiously. "It's nothing. It's just that they want us to go back to the station to investigate. It seems like it will take some time." "I don't have that much time right now," Lu Chen said. "It's good that the two of you are fine. How did you meet a gunman? Is the security of Jiangqing City so bad?" The faces of the two bureau chiefs turned ashen. Secretary Lin's words were obviously meant for them to hear. Bureau Chief Fong was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. "Well, I'm really sorry. We'll investigate this matter thoroughly. No matter what the other party's background is, we'll definitely give the party involved a satisfactory answer." "Who's in charge of this case?" Bureau Chief Fong turned around and asked. Lu Dui hurriedly ran over. "Chief Fong, I'm Xiao Lu from the Western District Police Station. We rushed to the scene as soon as we received the report." "Well, let's do it this way. These two don't need to assist in the investigation. Arrest all the troublemakers and bring them back for interrogation. And the surrounding witnesses, do your best to collect evidence. They don't need to be brought back to assist in the investigation. They're the party involved." "Chief Fong, isn't this a little against the rules? There are so many people watching, and some are even recording." Lu Dui reminded Bureau Chief Fong. "Also, the main suspect, he seems to have some background." Lu Dui said in a low voice. "Background? It doesn't matter what background he has. Bring everything back. Oh right, you must find the gun that committed the crime. I'll personally write a report to the higher-ups about this matter. You just need to ask for my help. The gun has been found, as well as the bullet." Bureau Chief Fong lowered his voice and said to Lu Dui, "Well, you must take good care of the evidence. There can't be any slip-ups in this case. Otherwise, it's not just you, Chief Zhang, Chief Chen, and even Secretary Lin won't be able to shoulder this responsibility. Forget it, I'll personally supervise this case." Lu Dui's eyes widened. Was it really that serious? Even Secretary Lin had to shoulder the responsibility. Bureau Chief Fong was the head of the Key Case Investigation Unit. He hadn't handled a case personally for a long time, but today he was going to supervise the case personally. This was going to blow up. A phone call had shaken the entire river town. Lu Dui suddenly thought of something and hurriedly grabbed Bureau Chief Fong. "Bureau Chief Fong, can I ask something?" "What is it?" "That person." Lu Dui's gaze fell on the young man who was talking to Secretary Lin. "He can't be, not that person, right?" Bureau Chief Fong rolled his eyes at Lu Dui. "You're a criminal investigator. You only understand now. The military directly bought the entire Villa district and deployed troops to ensure the safety of him and his sister. Have you seen such a scene before? Let's put it this way, I don't even need to know what the red-haired kid's family does. I can already say that even God can't save him. Solipsistic is the hope of mankind. Wuxia is now only protecting his safety. He's not just a citizen of Rivertown, but also not just a citizen of Wuxia. The Earth Alliance has already made his safety the top priority. Lu Dui was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He had almost forcibly removed that person's hat just now. Thinking back, his back was now drenched in cold sweat. This. No wonder he said that he's not a level 4. Lu Dui suddenly recalled this matter. He's from level 5. The only level 5 player in the world. He paved the path for the first few levels of heaven for the players on Earth. Mad God. Oh my God, I actually met Mad God. Bureau Chief Fong, please wait for me. Lu Dui hurriedly ran to Lu Chen. Sir, can I ask for your autograph? I'm not doing this for sale. I'm really a fan of yours. I've seen all your battles. I admire you so much. Lu Chen looked at Lu Dui in surprise. He was so fierce just now, and now he was running over to ask for an autograph. Lu Chen didn't have the habit of signing autographs. However, seeing Lu Dui's excited and incoherent manner, Lu Chen made an exception and agreed. After signing the autograph, Lu Chen followed Secretary Lin and the military's car and left under the watchful eyes of the crowd. More police would arrive soon, and the case would be handed over to the Key Case Investigation Unit. 2 police cars were holding down the troublemakers. They were still swaggering in the back seat, but no one paid them any attention. In the other car, there were all police officers on duty. A few young police officers approached Lu Dui. Hey, Lu Dui, what were you doing just now? You went to ask for an autograph? That's not your style. Who is he? A celebrity? You're already so old, yet you're still chasing after celebrities. He doesn't look that old. Could he be some 18th-tier male idol? Him. Lu Dui's eyes were full of pride. He's indeed a celebrity, but he's better than all of them. You'll know when you see the autograph, but don't make it public. Lu Dui held the notebook and carefully opened the last page. There were only 4 words on it, but it was enough to explain everything. Only I. The female police officer's face turned pale and her eyes were full of horror before she could finish reading. Oh my God. It's him. She covered her mouth. Oh my God, I was standing next to him just now. Oh my God. I didn't take a selfie. Ah. Lu Dui closed the notebook proudly. This autograph is priceless. I won't exchange it for anything. Damn, old fan, turn around. Quick, I want to catch up with Mad God. I want an autograph too. The police officer next to him almost went crazy. Chapter 807. Lu Chen's safety was the top priority of the Earth Alliance. Ensuring that he could come online on time was naturally more important than anything else. What process, what public opinion, there was no need to consider at all. Secretary Lin let him go immediately. However, Louis still blamed herself. Brother, it's all my fault for being careless. Returning home, Louis lowered her head and looked wronged. Lu Chen rubbed her head. Silly, which decent person has a gun? But this time, I've learned my lesson. You still have to be careful in the future. When people can extract more attributes in the future, don't be so careless. Okay, I know. Louis pouted. Oh right, brother, you can actually catch a bullet with your bare hands. You, how many attributes do you have? A few tens of thousands. Lu Chen said casually. In the 5th heaven, as long as you have the extraction scroll, you can extract your attributes directly. There's no upper limit. A few tens of thousands. Brother, then aren't you a real Superman now? Lu Chen shook his head. There are too many 5th heaven powerhouses. My current ranking is below 2 million. It's still too bad. Below 2 million. The fifth heaven is so scary. It was rare for the two siblings to go out and encounter trouble, but this also reflected Lu Chen's current status on Earth. At the same time, it tested Lu Chen's physical strength. His current strength had far exceeded the limits of humans. Lu Yi was also very envious of this. She only wanted to work harder and enter the fifth heaven as soon as possible. On Red Hair's side, he definitely wouldn't have a good time. Lu Chen and Lu Yi should also come online again. After teleporting back, Lu Chen rested for a night. The next morning, he continued to rush to Autumn Lake. The closer he was to King City, the more prosperous the surroundings became. Large and small cities appeared frequently. Even the official roads became wider and smoother. Those who flew in the sky on their mounts were probably high officials and nobles. They had flying privileges, and they also had powerful mounts and sufficient spiritual power. Autumn Lake was southwest of King City. Lu Chen went straight in the direction of Autumn Lake. Walking on the wide official road, Lu Chen found that there was a large number of soldiers in front of him. It seemed that the road had been sealed. This seemed to be the only main road to Autumn Water Lake. If they took a detour, they would have to walk a long way. Lu Chen stepped forward and was about to ask. "Stop. You can't leave here." Lu Chen looked behind the barricade. There didn't seem to be anything special, so he asked, "Big brother, what's going on in front? Why can't we leave? Why do you ask so many questions? If I tell you that you can't leave, you can't leave. Go away." Lu Chen took out a bag of spirit stones from his backpack. There were about 100 of them. "Big brother, I've been walking for a few days. If I can't walk from here, I'll have to walk for a few more days. Big brother, you must be tired. Let's go to the side and rest." Seeing the spirit stones in Lu Chen's hand, the soldier's attitude immediately softened a lot. "Now that you mention it, I am indeed a little tired." The two of them came behind a big tree. After some secret operations, Lu Chen asked, "Big brother, why can't we go over there?" "Hey, I think you're a rogue cultivator. You must not be well informed. There was originally a spirit stone mine in front, but it was attacked later. You know about the previous heavenly demon and dwarf spirit stone mines, right? They were attacked by that thing. I'm telling you, you'd better not go." The scene was really, really disgusting. Everyone was only left with skin. There were no wounds on their bodies, but you could still see their horrified expressions before they died. I only took one look, and I had nightmares for several days. Lu Chen suddenly widened his eyes. The spirit stone mine here was also attacked. It was that guy. "Big brother, do you know who did it?" "Hey, I don't know. Although I'm sure that the spirit stone mines were attacked by the same person, no one has seen what that guy looks like, or rather, those who have seen him are all dead." Lu Chen had long wanted to check out the situation of the spirit stone mine. Now that he had encountered it, he must think of a way to take a look. "Big brother, can you think of a way to let me in?" Didn't I tell you that the scene hasn't been dealt with yet? You can't go. Besides, what do you want to do in there?" The soldier looked at Lu Chen with a wary gaze. Lu Chen hurriedly explained with a smile, "Hey, to be honest, I want to record a copy of the Shadow Stone's information. I want to make a small profit." This reason was reasonable, so the soldier let down his guard. "That's true. It said that these Shadow Stones are sold out every time. If you can get the initial Shadow Stone, you can make at least 4,000 to 5,000. How could Lu Chen not understand what he meant? He smiled and gave him another 1,000 spirit stones. "Big brother, please help me think of a way." This money came for free, so the soldier was naturally happy to take it. "How about this, I'll find you a set of soldier's clothing. You can wear it and no one will care about you." This person was also quite trustworthy. He returned to the small house next to the roadblock and stayed for a while before running back to give Lu Chen a set of brand new Dongyu soldiers' clothing. I've placed a talisman on the clothing. It will automatically destroy itself after 1 day. Lu Chen nodded. Okay, thank you, big brother. By the way, won't the others report you? It's fine. Even if we don't do it, there will be people inside recording their own shadow stones. Those outside won't even get to drink the soup. Don't worry, they are all my brothers. I've already talked to them. Who doesn't want to make money in the army? Since the other party said so, Lu Chen openly entered the sealed area. The mine wasn't hard to find. There were always people dressed up as soldiers walking in that direction. Lu Chen didn't say anything and followed them. Soon, they arrived at the mine. As soon as they arrived, Lu Chen saw the scene and almost vomited. A thick stack of human skins was piled up at the entrance of the mine. The texture of these human skins was similar to leather clothing. This was the most terrifying part. Moreover, the expressions on their faces were vivid, and almost all of them were in a state of panic. There were people continuously transporting new human skins out of the mine. From time to time, some of the soldiers in charge of transporting the human skins would suddenly run to the side and vomit. At the entrance of the mine, there were a few high-ranking earth elementalists inspecting the human skins and discussing something. Damn, what kind of method is this? It's too disgusting, there's not even a wound on their bodies. They're all intact human skins. This fucking. I can't take it anymore. This is already the 3rd case. Thousands of people in this mine, including 8- and 7-star Earth elementalists, died just like that. What kind of thing did this? Lu Chen took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention and followed a swearing soldier into the mine. The mine was slanted downwards and extended all the way. There were still lights at the front, but there were serious cave-ins at the back, making it very difficult to search. The dead at the front should have been cleared out. Lu Chen went deeper into the mine with the soldiers. The further they went, the fewer soldiers there were searching. Not long after, that person saw a human skin and hurriedly ran over to pick it up and walked out of the mine. Damn, I can't take it anymore. Hurry up and get out. It was obvious that he was very reluctant to come here. After he ran away, Lu Chen was left with gravel from a serious cave-in in front of him, blocking the way forward. Heaven's Eye. Lu Chen secretly activated his Heaven's Eye and found a weak area at the edge of the cave-in. He pushed hard and actually opened up a hole. Sovereign magical beast, let me see what kind of method you're using. Lu Chen took a deep breath and went through the hole alone. Chapter 808. There were torches by the wall. Lu Chen lit a torch to illuminate the surroundings. It seemed like no one had searched this place before. There were many human skins of ordinary people around. Usually, they were the only ones doing the most difficult and tiring work. It was quite scary to be alone here. Lu Chen called out Little Green and Furball to accompany him. Lu Chen squatted beside a human skin. Little Green, can you see how he was sucked dry? Little Green was not very afraid of these human skins. After all, she had refined her own kind before. She patiently flipped through the human skins and compared them with a few others. She said, "Boss, there are no wounds on their bodies, but look at their expressions. All of them have their mouths open. You're saying that all the flesh and bones were sucked out from their mouths?" Lu Yi nodded. "It's very possible. After all, there are no bigger wounds on their bodies. Look inside their mouths. There are bloodstains and sticky substances. Almost everyone has them. I'm guessing that the internal organs and bones were shattered first, then some kind of strong suction force was used to suck the internal organs and bones away." Lu Chen frowned. Directly shattering the internal organs of an 8-star Earth elementalist. This kind of attack was unheard of. Even if it were him, he would not be able to withstand it. Boss, come over here and take a look. Look, these seem to be spirit stone powder formed after being mixed with water. Lu Yi called out to Lu Chen from beside the rock wall. Lu Chen hurried over. There were some solidified, mud blocks on the ground. The material was similar to spirit stones, but spirit stones were extremely hard. However, these things would be dented if squeezed hard. Lu Yi's deduction was that these things were spirit stones that had been crushed into powder and glued together with water. After a long time, they formed the solid mud blocks now. It's understandable that the internal organs and bones were crushed when killing people. After all, this was the only way to suck them out. However, spirit stones were also crushed and eaten. Why? Lu Chen was puzzled. Little furball, if it were you, you would eat it directly, right? No matter how hard the spirit stone was, little furball would still eat it without hesitation. The little furball nodded and told Lu Chen that it only liked to eat living things, but if it really wanted to eat them, it wouldn't be so complicated. It would definitely eat them directly. Boss, I thought of a possibility. Lu Yi suddenly said. What is it? That guy should still be in its infancy, so it can only eat liquid food. Infant stage. Lu Chen's mind buzzed. If Lu Yi's deduction was correct, then this was definitely not good news. He could easily kill an 8-star earth cultivator when he was still a child. How terrifyingly powerful is an adult sovereign magical beast? Lu Chen couldn't help but doubt. Can a loose immortal really kill an adult sovereign magical beast? Or could it be that the resurrected sovereign magical beast this time was even stronger than the one that died? As they walked forward, they reached the end of the mine. In front of them was an area that hadn't been mined yet. They could see some crystals inlaid on the walls. Lu Chen didn't have the refining skills, so he couldn't refine the spirit stones into spirit stones even if he obtained them. In addition, this place had already been damaged and was extremely unstable. It was better not to touch it. That guy is really a troublemaker. It only eats the spirit stone veins that have been mined. It looks like it will continue to attack the spirit stone veins everywhere. We've already been here for a long time. Let's go. Lu Chen collected the dozens of human skins scattered on the ground and brought them out of the mine. It didn't feel good to carry these human skins, but it wasn't suitable to leave them in the dark mine. Lu Chen endured the discomfort and brought them out. After checking the spirit stone mine, Lu Chen obtained a few important pieces of information. Among the sovereign magical beast skills, there was a skill that could directly shatter the opponent's internal organs and bones. In terms of strength, it had reached the level of shattering spirit stones. It looks like I have to increase my cultivation level and continue to strengthen my body and bones. Otherwise, I won't be able to fight it at all. Lu Chen said. Another point was that the guy might still be a child. Of course, he couldn't be sure about this. It's a little difficult to deal with. Lu Chen shook his head with a serious expression. After coming out of the mine, Lu Chen didn't turn back. Instead, he walked in another direction. After successfully passing through another roadblock, Lu Chen went straight to Autumn Water Lake. That night, Lu Chen arrived at Autumn Water Lake. In the past, there were usually people who came here to admire the beautiful scenery, fish, or collect. However, due to the roadblock, no one came to Autumn Water Lake recently. Lu Chen came to the lakeside and called softly, "Little golden carp. Are you there?" In the distance, there was a flash of water on the surface of the lake. Something under the water was approaching Lu Chen's direction. When it arrived in front of Lu Chen, a big golden head appeared on the surface of the water. "Benefactor, you actually survived." Lu Chen smiled slightly. "Yes, why did you ask me to come here?" "Come down, I don't want to be seen by others." "Use the clear water pearl." "Oh, don't worry about the surrounding magical beasts. With me here, they won't attack you. Lu Chen nodded and jumped into the lake. Under the protection of the clear water pearl, Lu Chen didn't need to take a breath and could see the surrounding environment. Faintly, Lu Chen discovered that there seemed to be huge magical beasts surrounding him and little golden carp. Some of the magical beasts' huge bodies couldn't be seen completely. He could only feel that the surroundings were surrounded by all kinds of huge magical beasts. Little golden carp was beside Lu Chen. Although these magical beasts were restless, they didn't attack from beginning to end. Lu Chen was puzzled. What kind of creature was little golden carp? Why didn't those magical beasts attack them? Little golden carp kept swimming to the bottom of the lake. Lu Chen followed closely behind. Not long after, they came to a rock at the bottom of the lake. Little golden carp used its head to touch the rock. The rock actually opened a door. Looking in from the outside, there was a completely different world inside. Little golden carp signaled Lu Chen to go in. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment and finally swam in. As soon as he entered the cave, Lu Chen directly fell out of the water. This was an underwater cave. The surrounding water couldn't invade. Damn, what is this place? Lu Chen looked around in shock. Not long after, from the surrounding water, little golden carp's head popped out. Benefactor, there is another door in the inner room. I can feel that there is abundant spiritual energy inside. There seems to be something inside, but I can't go in. You go and see if there is anything good. As for whether you can get the treasure, it will depend on your luck. Ah! There is a treasure here. Lu Chen turned around and looked behind him. There seemed to be another stone door. He walked over. Just as his hands touched the stone door, a dignified voice suddenly sounded. Who is it? Lu Chen was startled. He looked around. He was the only one in the surroundings. There was also little golden carp who was nervously looking at him. The words just now clearly didn't come from little golden carp. It seemed to have come from this door. Solipsistic. Lu Chen tried to reply. What is your cultivation level? 7-star wild cultivator. 7-star wild cultivator. You don't have a sect? No. Then, what is your main profession? Main profession? Lu Chen was a bit embarrassed. He didn't seem to have a main profession. He had the Holy Lotus Sword heart for spiritual swords. The Grand Master of Combat had too many skills. The monk had the Buddha's salvation for all. The beast tamer had a bunch of divine pets. The puppet had a sub-originator. The explosives expert had the spiritual energy space cannon. The talisman master had the heavenly might chess array. The pharmacist had the rejuvenation skill. Only the prophet wasn't good at it. This is a bit difficult to answer. I don't have a main profession. Except for the prophet, I know a little about the other 8 professions. Lu Chen said helplessly. Chapter 809. No main occupation. Everyone except the prophet. You, liar. That dignified voice said. Lu Chen held his forehead. Sometimes, he really couldn't tell the truth. After all, no one would believe him. Who are you? Where is this place? Why are you asking these questions? What was surprising was that the other party actually answered him directly. This is the treasury of the Heart Refinement Courtyard. However, things have changed with the passage of time. After thousands of years, the once famous Heart Refinement Courtyard can only sink to the bottom of a lake. No one cares about it. That person's voice was filled with vicissitudes and helplessness. This person seemed to have a deep relationship with the Heart Refinement Courtyard. Heart Refinement Courtyard? Lu Chen was a little surprised. He had joined the Heart Refinement Courtyard when he was in the second heaven. At that time, Principal Kanxing told him that the heart refinement courtyard also existed in the advanced heaven domain. He didn't expect the heart refinement courtyard to exist in the fifth heaven. You know about the heart refinement courtyard? That person asked in surprise. Yes, the heart refinement courtyard was quite strong in the second heaven. At that time, almost all the experts would enter the heart refinement courtyard to cultivate. However, in the third or fourth heaven, I don't know if I didn't meet them or if they weren't there. In short, their presence was very low. As for the fifth heaven, this heaven is too big. I didn't completely explore it, so I can't answer you. Impossible. The heart refinement courtyard I mentioned was completely destroyed and the demonic beast army invaded thousands of years ago. That person said, the heart refinement courtyard you mentioned might have been rebuilt by the surviving students of the heart refinement courtyard. Lu Chen frowned. The heart refinement courtyard before the war of gods and demons was the heart refinement courtyard of ancient times. Then, did this person know the location of the 5 great spiritual veins? However, before Lu Chen could ask, the other party said, I didn't expect that after the heart refinement courtyard I personally founded fell, someone would rebuild it. Perhaps this is also a kind of inheritance. Kid, you said that the second heaven experts would enter the heart refinement courtyard. What about you? Me too. Lu Chen took out a badge from his bag. It was the badge of the heart refinement courtyard. It's exactly the same as the badge I designed. I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this. The other party's tone was a little excited, and then he fell into deep thought for a long time. Even he himself thought that the Heart Refinement Academy that he'd established with his own 2 hands would cease to exist. However, a few thousand years later, a young man had actually produced a badge that was exactly the same as the one he'd established at that time. So, how could he not be excited? Lu Chen even felt that if the other party had a physical body, it would probably be in tears by now. After a long while, that person said, Kid, do you know who founded the current heart refinement courtyard? I don't know. Lu Chen answered honestly, I only cultivated in the heart-tempering courtyard for a period of time when I was in the second heaven. After that, I didn't go to the heart-tempering courtyard. Moreover, it said that the heart-tempering courtyard is very powerful. I didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with them. That's true. The man seemed a little disappointed, but he quickly said, no matter what, since you're a disciple of the heart refinement courtyard, you're my disciple as well. Hey, stop. Apprenticeship is not popular in the heart refinement courtyard. You have to spend task points to buy lessons. I'm not your disciple. Lu Chen said. Why? Is it wrong for you to be my disciple? I don't even know who you are. Why would I want to be your disciple? Besides, I don't even plan to be your disciple. You really live up to your name. You're very arrogant. Then when you were in the heart refinement courtyard, what did you call the person who taught there? Teacher. Alright, then I'm your teacher too. This time, Lu Chen didn't know how to refute. If he was really the founder of the heart refinement courtyard, then let alone calling him teacher, he could even call him principal. You just said that among the 9 professions, you don't major in any of them. You're only not good at being a prophet, and you know a little about the others. Tell me honestly, is that true? If you continue to spout nonsense, then you're deceiving your teacher. Lu Chen blinked his eyes. The other party's accusation was a little too harsh. Fortunately, he didn't lie. Yes. Alright, since you said so, then I'll test your strength. If you can't meet my requirements, you won't be able to enter the treasury. If you can complete the test, you can go to the treasury and take a treasure. I can only take 1 treasure. Teacher, you see, I'm also from the heart refinement courtyard. Usually, no one comes here. If I leave it there, it'll just collect dust. Lu Chen immediately called out to his teacher diligently. He tried to persuade him with both emotion and reason. Kid, don't be too greedy. The rules of the Heart Refinement Courtyard have always been like this. Everyone can only take one treasure after completing the test. There are no exceptions. Lu Chen pondered for a moment. He'd better go in first. What test is that? This door has the universe 9 extremes formation. The 9 extremes represent the 9 professions. You said that you cultivate all 8 professions at the same time. Then I'll open one of the array cores for you. You can break the other 8 array cores by yourself. If you can open this door, I'll let you in. You can choose any treasure inside. As soon as the voice finished speaking, a strong suction force came from the door. Lu Chen couldn't help but be sucked into the 9 extremes formation. After a moment of dizziness, Lu Chen found himself in an open area. The surroundings were filled with fog. There were complicated array glyphs on the ground. He stepped on a circular array glyphs. The circular array glyphs extended outwards in 9 directions. The path was filled with strange runes. Only the north didn't have any fog. Lu Chen walked in this direction. After walking for about 2,000 meters, Lu Chen saw a stone pillar at the end of the 9 extremes formation. The stone pillar was carved with all kinds of elemental patterns, such as fire, ice, lightning, wind, darkness, earth, stone, and so on. There were 2 sentences written on it. Palm Origin Spirit, predict heaven's will. This stone pillar seemed to represent the prophet profession. The prophet profession mainly developed in 2 directions, elemental sorcerer and oracle. The stone pillar glowed faintly. At the top of the stone pillar, there was a carving of a person. It wasn't a human. It looked like a fairy. The eyes of the stone statue were emitting a green light. It was very lifelike. Is this the strongest prophet? Lu Chen frowned slightly. To be carved in the 9 extremes formation, what kind of background did this guy have? At the very least, he was sure that this guy was a super expert from ancient times. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the answer here. Lu Chen had to think of a way to break the formation first. It looks like it really helped me become a prophet. Then I just need to activate the other 8 stone pillars. After all, this was a formation. Apart from the prophet pole, which didn't have any fog, the other places were filled with fog. Lu Chen didn't dare to wander around. He first returned to the center of the 9 extremes formation. Then, he followed the direction indicated by the runes on the ground and walked northeast. He didn't encounter any danger on the way. At the end of this pole, Lu Chen also found a stone pillar. The stone pillar was carved with all kinds of herbs, cauldrons, goo worms, refining the universe, controlling life and death. There was also a carving of a person on the stone pillar. It was a giant with a medicine basket on his back. Medicine Master. Little Green, I'll leave this to you. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he summoned Lu Yi. Chapter 8-10. The 2 of them studied the stone pillar. When Lve touched the stone pillar with her hand, the stone pillar reacted. Boss, it gave me a test. Lu Yi suddenly said. What kind of test? Pill refining, healing, poison, and goo. You can choose any one. Then I'll definitely choose pill refining. Lu Yi nodded. She was best at pill refining. Boss, there doesn't seem to be any danger here. Leave it to me. When I'm done with the test, I'll go back to the starting point and wait for you. Lu Chen left Little Furball behind. With Little Furball around, it would be much safer. Alright, then I'll go take a look elsewhere. The eastern stone pillar was a sword spirit. When Lu Chen touched it, a few options appeared in his mind. Sword technique, sword realm, sword body. He could choose any one of the 3 and complete the test. Sword realm should be like Gu Fei's sword intent. As for sword body, I don't have one. Then I'll choose sword technique. Lu Chen felt a little heartache. His sacred lotus sword heart was actually used for the test. Forget it. This is also a type of treasure snatching. Anyway, I can recover. During the test, I'm not required to use soul body as one. I have to go all out. It probably has something to do with the final test result. Lu Chen thought for a moment. In the end, he activated Divine Demon Symbiosis, 3 lives reincarnation, Death Ground, and many other skills to increase his status. Pulling out Limitless Sword, Lu Chen activated the skill on the stone pillar. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. 1080 Sword Chi slammed into the stone pillar. Every attack seemed to want to shatter the stone pillar. Lu Chen noticed that when the Sacred Lotus Sword Heart slammed into the stone pillar, the bottom of the stone pillar would light up a little. With every attack, the height of the stone pillar would light up a little. When 200 Sword Chi slammed into the stone pillar, the 7 to 8 meter tall stone pillar was completely lit up. This should mean that he had passed the test. However, once the Sacred Lotus Sword Heart was used, there was no reason to withdraw it. 1080 Sword Chi slammed into the stone pillar mercilessly. Suddenly, with a bang, the stone pillar was cut in half by the Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. Fuck this. Lu Chen panicked. The 9 Extreme Array should be a special array formation for testing. In other words, this should be the Ancient Heart Refining Academy's test. In the end, he broke the stone pillar. Did this mean that he had destroyed the test paper during the exam? Usually, this kind of situation meant that he would not get any results. Fuck, teacher. Come and take a look. The stone pillar was broken. Principal. Lu Chen called out everywhere, but no one responded. What the hell? Lu Chen facebombed. What the fuck? It's fine if I use the Holy Sword Lotus Heart properly, but why did I use Fierce Tiger Descends the Mountain? Lu Chen was filled with regret. Ferocious Tiger descends the mountain, descends your soul. This is great, even the stone pillars are broken. Lu Chen didn't know if the founder of the Heart Refining Courtyard had noticed, but he suddenly had an idea. He hurriedly ran to the stone pillar, picked up the broken stone pillar, and put it back on the stone pillar. After being cut by the Holy Sword Lotus Heart, the stone pillar was neatly broken. In the end, he really put it back on the stone pillar. It would be even better if there was some glue. Lu Chen didn't care so much anymore. He hurriedly went to the next testing area. The next area was the Beast Tamer. Spirit Exorcism, Spirit Beast Tamer. These were the 2 general branches of Beast Tamer, Spirit Beast Tamer and Spirit Beast Tamer. Although Lu Chen had a Spirit Beast Tamer, Xiao Min, Little Green, and the Alchemy Boy weren't good at fighting. Naturally, they chose Beast Tamer. However, the requirement for Beast Tamer was to release all battle pets. Do I really need all battle pets? Lu Chen was terrified. This stone pillar wouldn't break again, right? There was no other way. This was the requirement of the test: 8 Divine Beasts, 8 Ultimate Divine Beasts, plus the Young Extreme Yin Nether Glow and Extreme Yang Illumination. That wasn't all. Lu Chen still had to go back and pull the little furball over. Just as he returned to Lu Yi's side, Lu Chen discovered that the sky above had changed greatly. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and strong winds rose. If it wasn't for the dense fog here, the scene would have been very terrifying. The pill is out. This is an astronomical phenomenon. It's another top-grade pill. Lu Chen didn't disturb Lu Yi for the time being. As expected, Lu Yi didn't want to be a burden to Lu Chen this time. She mustered all her strength and used all her knowledge to refine an 8th-grade pill. With a crack, the alchemist's stone pillar cracked. Fuck. Lu Chen and Lu Yi were dumbfounded. Lu Yi covered her mouth, her eyes filled with fear. Boss let her pass the test, but she broke the stone pillar. How could she explain this to Boss? It's over. Lu Chen hurriedly rushed over. When Lu Yi saw that Boss was actually nearby, she didn't know what to do. Boss, I didn't do it on purpose. It asked me to refine the highest grade pill no matter how many materials I used. Don't say any more. It's not your fault. Lu Chen hurriedly supported the stone pillar and stuffed the broken pieces back. He barely managed to prevent the stone pillar from falling. Let's go. Lu Chen pulled Lu Yi and ran with the little furball. She broke another one. This time her results would be terrible. Along the way, Lu Yi's eyes were red. Lu Chen hurriedly said, "Little green, it's okay. Actually, I also broke another one. Moreover, for the next test, I think it will also break." Ah. Really? Lu Yi finally heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. If Boss can't pass the test, then it won't be all because of me. Lu Chen's face was filled with despair. Isn't this broken stone pillar too old? Damn, forget it. I reckon that I won't be able to get the treasure this time. Let's finish the test and quickly get out. The beast-taming stone pillar was currently being attacked by various godly beasts and the little furball. Now that Lu Chen had several mature godly beasts, the little furball was going overboard. This fellow knew that Boss would not be able to pass the test, so it simply bit the stone pillar. How could that stone pillar withstand such torment? Before it completely lit up, it was already bitten off by the little furball. Then, a bunch of godly beasts started to bombard it. This stone pillar did not even have the chance to be restored. Lu Chen looked on helplessly as these fellows destroyed his test paper. He was already numb. Anyhow, I've raised you for so long. You really don't mind the trouble. Lu Chen looked like he had nothing left to live for. It wasn't easy to get such an opportunity, and now it's gone. Lu Yi looked at Lu Chen sympathetically. Boss, I'm sorry for your loss. Alas. Lu Chen shook his head and walked to the next stone pillar with a bunch of battle pets. Spirit fingertips, puppet strings. Puppeteer. One was a puppet controlled by strings, and the other was a puppet of the soul. Su Yuan was not with him, but Lu Chen still had the puppeteer manipulation skill, so he directly tested it. The easiest way to test the puppeteer manipulation skill was to test whether or not he could control the puppets. The stone pillar opened from the center, revealing a large number of hidden compartments. From top to bottom, there were a large number of puppet models. There were a large number of puppets here, many of which Lu Chen had never seen before. Occasionally, he would see some of them, but they were all difficult to deal with so far, such as extremely rare puppets like the rock trolls. Low-level puppets didn't seem to deserve to be there. Lu Chen had been looking for Su Yuan's model, but he couldn't find it even though he had searched the lower rows. Is it possible? Su Yuan and I are the best at cooperating. Alas, the third heaven is also stable. It's a pity that I haven't found the lower realm token for the fifth heaven. Otherwise, I would have gone back and brought Su Yuan back. Chapter 8:11. Finally, Lu Chen found a black mass of air with no fixed shape in the top few rows. Junior Originator, is that you? Lu Chen looked up at the puppet model. Junior Originator didn't have a specific shape. Its body was like this twisting black mass. There shouldn't be any other puppets that looked like this. In this case, Lu Chen tried to establish a connection with the model using psychic manipulation. At this moment, the model of Junior Originator, which was the black mass of air, suddenly opened its eyes. It even spoke. The voice didn't belong to Junior Originator. It sounded like some kind of machine without any emotion. Matched with a test subject puppet. Puppet is the source of innate spiritual qi. As soon as the model finished speaking, a cracking sound came from outside the stone pillar. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. The sound was so familiar. Was the pillar going to crack again? The target puppet is too powerful. Trying to track the puppet's position. The puppet's position is more than 2,000 meters, more than 2,000 miles, more than one celestial realm. The puppet is now in the third celestial realm. Test result: puppetry is a psychic manipulation. It perfectly matches the source of innate spiritual qi of a legendary puppet. The source of innate spiritual qi is gradually developing intelligence. Conclusion: puppetry has reached the stage of giving life. Crack. 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 The stone pillar began to close, but as it closed, cracks began to appear on the outside. Lu Chen looked on helplessly as the stone pillar cracked. He couldn't help but shake his head. Big brother, hold on. Don't crack. Please. With a boom, the stone pillar was broken into pieces. It seemed that it couldn't be put back together. This. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. He could understand why the Saint Lotus Sword Heart and the monster-controlling stone pillar and the Medicine Master stone pillar were broken, but why was the Puppet Master stone pillar broken? He just used psychic manipulation, and the stone pillar was broken. Boss, I guess, the stone pillar couldn't bear the exhaustion because of the cross-celestial realm tracking, so. Lu Yi comforted him. Lu Chen shook his head regretfully. Why did you track Junior Originator? It's in the third celestial realm. Why did you track it? Why didn't you ask me directly? I'll be damned. I'm falling apart. Very good. I tested 4 and broke 4. Lu Chen was no longer angry. Forget it, I can forget about the treasure. I just hope that the principal won't beat me to death when I get out. The test still had to be completed. As a talisman master, Lu Chen's heavenly might chess array should still be safe. It was just a mystic grade array. It was definitely not considered powerful in the fifth heaven. However, just as Lu Chen was about to use the heavenly might chess array, the stone pillar suddenly reported an error. Please use the strongest formation you have mastered. Ah. This is my strongest array formation. Please use the demonic sky soul-scorching formation in your strongest state, the stone pillar said directly. Lu Chen gasped. The demonic sky-scorching soul array was taught to him by the flame demon. The flame demon said that this array was very powerful. It was indeed powerful. This was a heaven-grade array. Moreover, it was special in that the power of the flames on the ground was linked to the user's strength. It had a certain growth potential. Although the demonic sky soul-scorching formation was much more powerful than the heavenly might chess game, the heavenly might chess game was still more powerful when it came to trapping people. As long as it was set up, Lu Chen did not even need to do anything to trap the opponent inside. In addition, because the demonic sky soul-scorching formation consumed a lot of spirit energy, it required a continuous supply of spirit energy. Lu Chen would definitely not use this kind of technique that consumed a lot of spirit energy for no reason, unless it was a group attack. It was to the point that he did not even remember the demonic sky soul-scorching formation. However, even though he did not remember, the stone pillar knew. Before Lu Chen came, he was still quite confident. However, after being exposed, he could not help but feel apprehensive. Boss, it knows that you are still hiding an array. Lu Yi looked at Lu Chen sympathetically. This pillar can't be protected, right? Lu Chen took a deep breath. I haven't used the demonic sky soul-scorching formation for a while. It shouldn't be that strong. But isn't that array linked to your attack? Don't you know how strong your attack is when you are in your strongest state? Forget it, I won't look anymore. I will go to the next stone pillar and wait for you. Lu Chen's temper dissipated after hearing Lu Yi's words. Looking at the stone pillar in front of him, he suddenly felt a sense of sadness. This was the test that he was most confident in, but there was an accident. This test could not be more screwed up. 10 minutes later, Lu Chen arrived in front of the monk's stone pillar. Lu Yi looked back at the dejected Lu Chen and said indifferently, "Shattered?" Lu Chen nodded helplessly. N. Sigh. Lu Yi did not know how to comfort her boss and could only let out a long sigh. Sigh. Lu Chen also let out a long sigh. This is the monks. Lu Yi looked at Lu Chen. Buddha saves all lives was taught to him by the mountain man. Who was the mountain man? He was just an itinerant immortal. Speaking of which, the only thing that Buddha saves all lives was afraid of was physical damage. This was unavoidable, but no other skills could restrain this move. This also showed the level of this move. Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt weak all over. During the test, the stone pillar let Lu Chen enter the virtual environment and simulate the soul-body fusion state while it turned into a long rod. Detecting abnormal attributes of the tester's soul-body fusion state. Adjusting the attack power according to the opponent's attributes. Exceeding the attack load. Exceeding the attack load. Forcing an attack. The result was self-evident. Buddha saves all lives directly locked his health and removed the negative status. After returning to reality, the stone pillar actually did not break. Lu Chen opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Little green, it didn't break. This one didn't break. I did it. Yes, boss, at least we left a glimmer of hope. At this moment, the stone pillar spoke again. Test results. Results. Abnormal, please choose another skill to re-evaluate. The stone pillar seemed to have malfunctioned as it stuttered while speaking. Abnormal test results. Other skills. Oh, I still have Buddha body transformation and Buddha body clone. Please show them. After Buddha body transformation, Lu Chen suddenly had 3 heads and 6 arms. Using Buddha body clone, he split his body into 3 and each clone was a real body. After demonstrating seriously, Lu Chen stared at the stone pillar nervously. Skill evaluation. Unable to search for this skill in the skill library. Suspected data malfunction. In this test, the data is abnormal many times. The program is chaotic and cannot be repaired. Initiating self-destruction program. Hey, wait. This stone pillar had a bad temper. After 2 tests, it had malfunctioned and self-destructed in a fit of anger. With a bang, Lu Chen collapsed. Lu Chen didn't know what to say. This stone pillar actually adjusted its attack according to the attributes of his battle soul. As it adjusted, it exceeded its upper limit. Boss, did it self-destruct? This time, it seems like there's no way to fix it. Lu Yi said faintly. Sigh. Lu Chen shook his head. The monk's stone pillar also had a high chance. In the end, the stone pillar was stubborn and insisted on competing with his battle soul. In the end, it self-destructed. Boss, do you think we won't be able to get out if you destroy the stone pillar? Lu Yi suddenly asked. Lu Chen thought about it and felt that it wasn't impossible. I don't know. It's an array. Even if we can't get out, we should be able to break it. Let's take a look at the last 2 stone pillars. There were still 2 stone pillars left. First, it was the martial artist. The stone pillar actually asked Lu Chen to use his strongest martial artist close combat skill. Lu Chen almost cried. No way, don't be like this. I'll just do a rough test. Why are you so serious? The stone pillar persisted. Lu Chen had no choice but to activate the divine demon Lotus Heart, inner demon. With one move, the stone pillar disappeared. There was no suspense at all. Chapter 8:12. Standing in front of the last stone pillar, Lu Chen was already in despair. Elemental spiritual explosion, intimidating 10,000 miles. Explosives experts were divided into two branches, Elemental Explosives Master and Psionic Explosives Master. Lu Chen only had one Explosives Master's skill, Psionic Space Cannon. He trembled as he took out his psionic cannon. With a sad face, he looked at Lu Yi pitifully. Lu Yi couldn't bear to watch anymore. She turned her head, sigh, what should come, will come. The stone pillar required him to use the strongest attack, and it was the strongest attack again. Death was at hand, what was the point of looking at the strongest attack? God wants me to die. Lu Chen cried sadly. Fire suppression. This time, he didn't use Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. 25 psionic space cannon blasted at the stone pillar. The stone pillar's energy was instantly replenished. Then, the stone pillar withstood one or two cannonballs and was directly blown to pieces. At this point, all 8 stone pillars were destroyed. Fortunately, what Lu Yi was worried about didn't happen. When they returned to the original point, they found that there was a portal here. Lu Chen hurriedly jumped out with Lu Yi. Back in front of the door, the 9 extreme universe array drawn on the door was beyond recognition. Lu Chen remembered what he had done just now. It was all displayed on the 9 extreme universe array on the door. In other words, the 2 stone pillars that he repaired should have been seen clearly by the principal. No one in the room spoke for a long time. Probably the principal didn't want to talk to him anymore. Lu Chen could only shake his head. Cough cough, senior, I'm really sorry. After all, it's been too long. We all know that the array needs spiritual power to maintain. After such a long time, those pillars must have aged. I really didn't mean to destroy them. The other party still didn't speak. It seemed that the principal didn't want to talk to him at all. Forget it, forget it. After destroying your 9 extreme universe array, I'm embarrassed to ask for any more treasures. Senior, I'll take my leave first. Lu Chen reluctantly looked at the door and finally shook his head. He found the little golden carp and said, little guy, let's go. I have no fate with the treasures here. Just as Lu Chen was about to leave, the voice suddenly shouted, stop. Lu Chen was startled. Listening to his tone, the other party wouldn't want him to compensate, right? Come back. I told you to come back. Don't you want the treasure? At the mention of treasures, Lu Chen immediately became spirited, but considering that the other party might be trying to trick him, he hesitantly moved over. There's still hope to get the treasure. You bastard, you actually passed all the tests of the 8 major professions with full marks. You really don't have a main class, because your 8 main classes are so strong that it's unbelievable. Lu Chen did not dare to interrupt. Who the hell are you? My Heart Refinement Institute actually produced a genius like you. I really didn't expect this, I'm so happy. Well, as long as you're happy. Lu Chen smiled apologetically. He always felt a little guilty for breaking someone else's things. Solipsistic, right? You really have the right to be arrogant. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I definitely wouldn't have believed it. The other party seemed unusually excited. Do you know who those carvings on the stone pillars are? I don't know, Lu Chen answered honestly. Those are the people with the best results in the various professions in the history of the Heart Refinement Institute. Of course, now that thousands of years have passed, some of them might have fallen, but if they didn't, they would be the overlords of a region. Lu Chen nodded. Anyway, he didn't know who the overlords were. Even if he told him, he wouldn't know. And you actually broke 8 records by yourself. Unbelievable. Since you entered Zhoutian, did you not choose a profession? Lu Chen nodded. I didn't choose one. I say, if you choose a profession from the start, then your future development will definitely follow the main profession's attribute requirements. This way, very few long-range fighters will be good at close combat, and those who use magic won't spend time learning how to fight. And it's precisely because you didn't choose a profession from the start that the further you go, the more limitless your possibilities are. By the way, are your current points distributed evenly? Lu Chen nodded. It's distributed evenly. I also want to increase one attribute to the maximum, but a few attributes are very important to me, so I can't just increase one or two attributes. Yes, it must be like that. After all, you're an all-rounder. As the founder of the Heart Refinement Institute, this person was very enthusiastic when it came to adding points. He felt like a good teacher. Speaking of which, although all-rounders have limitless potential, for them in the early stages, the difficulty is 100 times higher than for ordinary people. And even in the later stages, if an all-rounder can't reach the peak in every field, then they will go from being the strongest to being the most mediocre. And you really seem to have reached the maximum. Lu Chen was a little embarrassed to be praised by the dean for so long, but he didn't care about this. Finally, he asked tentatively, then, old dean, my reward? Of course you can have it. Lu Chen let out a long sigh of relief, and his whole body felt better. But, Kwang, actually, I didn't make it clear to you before. When Lu Chen heard this, he suddenly had an ominous premonition. During the War of Gods and Demons, the entire Heart Refinement Institute assisted the war gods of the Seven Kingdoms to resist the enemy, and became a thorn in the side of the magical beast army. Then, it was destroyed. At that time, the Hidden Sword Pavilion and the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion were all destroyed, and only this Hidden Treasure Pavilion was defended with my life. But first, the long war made our Hidden Treasure Pavilion almost empty. At that time, we lowered the test threshold and tried to distribute the treasures. Second, we actually ordered people to transfer some important treasures. Third, at that time, the bottom floor of the Hidden Treasure Pavilion was destroyed, and only this floor was left, so what? So, if I remember correctly, there's only one useless treasure left. Ah. No wonder you said that you can only take one treasure. So there's only one left. And it's the one left behind by so many people. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dean, I came all the way here, and you're cheating me like this? It can't be considered cheating. It's a treasure. No matter how useless it is, it's still a treasure. Moreover, this treasure is useless to us, but to you, it's practically tailor-made for you. The old dean's voice was trembling. I even feel that the meaning of my life is perhaps to protect this treasure and let it find its true owner. Can you not make it sound so mysterious? You're raising my expectations. Lu Chen felt that the old dean was becoming more and more unreliable. Go in and take a look at the treasure first. Lu Chen shook his head and reluctantly walked to the stone door. With a gentle push, the door to the Hidden Treasure Pavilion opened just like that. The inner chamber was actually only a small room. According to the dean, this seemed to be the top floor of the Hidden Treasure Pavilion. Dean, shouldn't the top floor of the Hidden Treasure Pavilion be the most important treasures? Why do you say that it's a useless treasure? You'll know when you see it. The Hidden Treasure Pavilion wasn't large, but Lu Chen immediately saw a very familiar stone. Destiny Stone. Back then, it was the Destiny Stone that had helped Lu Chen choose the 3 transformations of demons and gods. It seemed that using the Destiny Stone to help students choose their rewards was a tradition of the Heart Tempering Institute. Yes, but it's already lost its vitality. The Destiny Stone had no luster. In front of the Destiny Stone was a metal box. This should be the treasure. Lu Chen walked over and opened the box. A black mist instantly surged out of the box and covered the entire room. Inside the box was a scroll. Remnant Scroll of the 9 Transformations of Demons and Gods, Volume 7. Seeing these words, Lu Chen felt his heart almost stop. Chapter 8:13. The three transformations of celestial demons came from the Heart-Tempering Academy. Who would have thought that the 7th volume was also in the Heart-Tempering Academy? Lu Chen began to wonder what kind of place the Heart-Tempering Academy was. Although the 9 transformations of celestial demons remnant scroll was precious, without the first few volumes, the 7th volume would be useless to most people. Furthermore, there were very few people who could cultivate the 9 transformations of celestial demons. Even if the entire 9 transformations of celestial demons were placed in front of an ordinary person, they probably wouldn't be able to unleash the full power of the 9 transformations of celestial demons. In that case, the remnant scroll was placed on the top floor of the Heart-Tempering Academy's treasury, yet it was called the most useless treasure. It seemed to make sense. No matter what, the remnant scroll was too important to Lu Chen. It was something he had been searching for all this time. I've worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Lu Chen's hands trembled as he held the scroll. It's not completely without effort. Do you think just anyone can pass the 9 extremes formations test? The principal said, "It's a pity that my 9 extremes formation." Lu Chen suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "That, principal, I'm really sorry. Forget it. It's been thousands of years, and it's been tested on too many academies. Today, its mission is complete, so it can rest well." The principal's voice sounded a little weary. "That's right. Xiao Kuang, speaking of which, since you're an all-rounder, your performance isn't that good." Lu Chen didn't quite understand the principal's words, so he quietly waited for him to continue. "What? Do you think I'm wrong? Let's not talk about whether your situation is rare or not. Since you're an all-rounder, then let's say you're an all-rounder. You should have mastered the skills of all the professions, but you don't know the skills of a prophet. Even if your other profession's skills are very strong, you still have a shortcoming. Therefore, you can't be considered an all-rounder." Lu Chen blinked. It seemed like there was no problem with that. "Xiao Kuang, you've cultivated the number 1 forbidden technique of the Jiutian, and you've even reached the 6 transformations of celestial demons. This means that you're someone who's insistent on your own ideas. So I'm guessing that you're not interested in the branch of prophets, right?" Lu Chen nodded. "I'm not interested. What about the other branch of the prophets? In other words, an elementalist?" Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "Elemental mages are very powerful in battle. I have a friend who is an ice mage. When I sparred with her, I could clearly feel the power of elemental mages. It's just that, senior, you're making it sound too easy. Those powerful skills aren't something that can be found everywhere. Besides, when I went to the Heavenly Lake to test my elemental affinity, it seemed to be some kind of elemental insulator." "Elemental insulator? What element were you testing?" "Lightning element. If it's the lightning element test, there shouldn't be any problems. Could it be that you really are an elemental insulator?" The voice fell into deep thought. "This will be very detrimental to your future development." Lu Chen was indifferent. "Actually, it's nothing. I'm not afraid of other people's elemental attacks." "Why?" that voice immediately asked. Lu Chen had a slip of the tongue. However, thinking that this remnant soul wouldn't harm him, Lu Chen decided to tell the truth. I have the Primal Chaos Elemental attack." "Primal Chaos Element? You said you have the Primal Chaos Elemental attack type. How much can it convert?" 100% conversion. 100% conversion. Oh my god. Wait, if it's 100% conversion, then that means your spirit pill. Little Kuang, what kind of spirit pill is your spirit pill? Lu Chen realized that the old principal's character of wanting to get to the bottom of things was really suitable for teaching theory. Aya, hurry up and tell me. You don't have to worry that I'll tell others. Actually, when I activated the 9 Extremes Universe Array, I already used up the remaining spirit energy. I won't exist for much longer. I only have a few minutes left. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, his heart tightened. Was Senior going to dissipate soon? He had guarded this remaining treasure pavilion for thousands of years. When he came back, he used up all his spirit energy to activate the 9 Extremes Universe Array. His mission was the same as the 9 Extremes Universe Array. If it wasn't for Senior, he probably wouldn't have been able to find the 7th scroll of the 9 transformations of gods and demons. Although he didn't activate the 9 Extremes formation specifically for Lu Chen, perhaps he would activate the 9 Extremes formation for any other student of the Heart Refinement Institute. Perhaps this was fate. The person who came was Lu Chen. This also allowed these two strangers, who were separated by thousands of years, to have a close relationship. Even though he didn't know much about the founder of the Heart Refining Academy, Lu Chen seemed to be able to imagine such a person. An old man who put all his efforts into the Heart Refining Academy. Just as the Heart Refining Academy was developing and expanding, the demon beasts suddenly invaded. He led the students and joined forces with the 7 countries to resist the demon invasion. On the eve of the final battle, he lowered the difficulty of the test and did his best to distribute the treasures he had collected throughout his life to the students. He only left behind this 9 Extremes Universe Array. In order to prevent it from falling into the hands of the demon beasts, he fought to the death to protect it and finally died. Before his death, he left behind a trace of his soul, waiting for a fated person to open the ancient Heart Refining Academy's treasure pavilion in the future. He still remembered that when he heard Lu Chen mention the Heart Refining Academy, he was silent for a long time. Perhaps the founder of the Heart Refining Academy was once his disciple. After a short period of interaction, Lu Chen could feel that the old man must have been a respected expert when he was alive. He was a good teacher and helpful friend. Senior, you. I can transfer my spiritual energy to you, Lu Chen said. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the old principal was silent for a moment. Finally, his tone softened. Xiao Kuang, thank you for your kindness. I've waited here for thousands of years. Originally, I didn't even know what hope was. But today, I received 2 pieces of great news. In today's Zhoutian, the Heart Refining Academy still exists. You are still using the badge I designed. Look at the design of the 2 hands holding up a planet on the badge. That's my design. Doesn't that mean hope? Also, I know that a genius has appeared in the Heart Refining Academy. Even in my era, he's a genius who could shine in all directions. Xiao Kuang, I'm glad that you're still alive. I'm grateful, but there's no reason for me to exist anymore. My mission has been completed, and my wish has been fulfilled. I have no regrets. No, I still have a small regret. Xiao Kuang, I still have a few minutes left. Maybe I can give you some guidance. Lu Chen felt that it was a pity, but the old principal didn't have much time left. It was better to fulfill his last wish. Senior, my spiritual pill is an ancient spiritual pill. When necessary, it can be converted into a chaos spiritual pill. Ancient spiritual pill. I've never heard of it, but I've heard of chaos spiritual pills. My guess was right. I know why you're an elemental insulator. Chapter 8:14. Xiao Kuang, everything in the world is more or less related to the elements, so elemental insulators are extremely rare. I know of a few elemental insulators, all of them have extremely rare physiques. But you don't seem to be special. Lu Chen listened carefully. So when you said that you are an elemental insulator, I didn't believe it at first, but now I understand. The reason why you are an elemental insulator is because of your spirit core. Your spirit core must have entered the state of chaos spirit core. The chaos element does not belong to any element, but it also belongs to any element. Simply put, all elements are separated from the chaos state. Once your spirit core enters the state of chaos spirit core, it will change the characteristics of your spirit core, so you no longer have an individual affinity to any element. In other words, you are indeed an elemental insulator. However, on the other hand, you actually have an affinity to any element, so while you are an elemental insulator, you are also an elemental affinity person. I don't know if you understand this explanation. Lu Chen nodded. I understand, but, is there any practical significance? Of course there is. With the help of some skills, you can change the spirit core's attribute to control the affinity to a certain element in order to pursue the ultimate affinity bonus. At the same time, you can also learn any elemental skills and spells. Lu Chen frowned. It sounded very powerful. How do I change it? This is just my inference. After all, I have never met a school like yours, but I am at least 70% sure that my inference is not wrong. As for how to change it, you have to figure it out yourself. Xiao Kuang, I don't have much time, so I will make it short. I was an elemental mage when I was alive. While speaking, a scroll suddenly appeared in front of Lu Chen. Although you aren't willing to take me as your master, you are still my student. I'm most proficient in fire attribute magic. This raging flames burning the heavens has a total of 3 layers: burning sea, burning star, and burning heaven. The cultivation threshold is fire affinity. In the past, I could only cultivate up to burning sea. Now, I'll give this cultivation method to you. Whether you can cultivate to the 2nd layer or even the 3rd layer of burning star will depend on your perception and luck. Lu Chen took the scroll. For the 1st level, the requirement for fire affinity was 200. Lu Chen didn't know what his affinity was, but according to the display, he couldn't learn it right now. When you learn this cultivation method, you will be a true all-professional, ha. To be able to create an all-professional school, the old principal was quite impressive. Thank you, senior. Lu Chen temporarily put the raging flames burn the heavens. Xiao Kuang, this is the founding token of the Heart Refining Academy. I know you are not willing to be my disciple, but you have already received my inheritance, so you can be considered my student. I don't know if anyone else recognizes this token. Perhaps only those on the 9 extreme stone pillars still remember it. Although I have no real power, if the Heart Refining Academy goes against its original intention, I have the right to take back their names and badges. Lu Chen took the token that flew over. On the token were the words, Empty Heart Refinement. Senior, is this your name? It is the name of my battle soul. Lu Chen nodded. No wonder it was called the Heart Refining Academy. It was named after the battle soul. Then what is the original intention of the Heart Refining Academy? It is on the back of the token. Lu Chen hurriedly flipped the token over. Indeed, there were a few words written on it. Hard work, tenacity, courage, kindness. Why did it feel like a school motto? This was probably the earliest school motto. However, Lu Chen still believed in the principle of kindness. It was rare to be able to maintain this principle in the Jiutian. Perhaps it was because of this that the Heart Refining Academy stood up when the demonic beasts invaded. He was right about the headmaster. Alright, my mission is complete. I have no more regrets. Kuang, I hope you can reach the peak of martial arts. Unfortunately, I won't have the chance to see you. See you, never. Calm Lianxin's voice became fainter. Senior, wait. Lu Chen hurriedly said. Is there anything else? Senior, do you know where the 5 ancient spiritual veins are? 5 ancient spiritual veins. Let me think. It is indeed a long time ago. There is a sacred mountain. Yes, it is in the Eastern Peak Nation. This spiritual source is very close to the Heart Refining Academy. We are relying on this spiritual source. There is no mistake. Calm Lianxin's voice became fainter and fainter. I know about the sacred mountain. What about the other 4? Lu Chen hurriedly asked. There is one in the Baishar Nation. It is called Ink Pupil Grand Canyon. Yes. Ink Pupil Grand Canyon. Do you want to go there? It is very dangerous. There are 3 more. Senior, your voice is too soft. I can't hold on any longer. Kwang, goodbye. Finally, Kong Lianxin's voice disappeared. No matter how much Lu Chen called out, Kong Lianxin did not respond. Lu Chen let out a long sigh, feeling lost in his heart. Senior Kong, thank you for the inheritance. I didn't have the chance to thank you earlier. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. Fate came and went quickly. He did not even have the chance to say goodbye to Kong Lianxin. In the end, Kong Lianxin told him about the location of a spiritual vein in the Baishar Nation's Ink Pupil Grand Canyon. Benefactor, he seems to have left. The little golden carp's head was still floating on the surface of the water. Lu Chen nodded. Yes, that is his remnant soul. He has used up all his spiritual energy and has dissipated. Benefactor, didn't he give you a scroll? Is it a martial arts scroll? You can cultivate here. The spiritual energy here is very abundant. Moreover, no one will disturb you. It is very safe. The little golden carp should be talking about the raging flames burning the heavens. Lu Chen could not cultivate now. Even though Kong Lianxin said that his chaos spiritual pill could theoretically convert any element, it could not be converted at will. It needed other skills as a medium. For example, Lu Chen could convert 100% of his attacks into lightning element. In fact, it was the effect of Shen Lu. He now needed a skill to convert the fire element. Only then could he slowly study it. However, Lu Chen could learn the 7th transformation here. Alright then, I'll stay here and cultivate for a bit. Speaking of which, Lu Chen's opportunity this time was thanks to the little golden carp. Hey, little guy, I have something to ask you. Benefactor, please ask. How do you know that there are treasures in Autumn Water Lake? Oh, I accidentally found it when I was passing by. Accidentally found it? Lu Chen was about to collapse. Could this kind of place be accidentally found? Why didn't he encounter such a good thing? Some people said that its real name was Mysterious Gold Koi. It was indeed a koi. Following it would bring good luck. Its luck was different from Rhubarb's. Rhubarb was a treasure hunter. If the treasure was in a certain place, it could find it. But the little golden carp was different. It appeared in an unknown lake in the north of Lower King City. Then, a treasure appeared there. It appeared in Autumn Water Lake and accidentally found the ancient heart refining courtyard's treasure vault. He felt that wherever it appeared, there would be treasures. Chapter 8:15. Little fella, are you interested in following me in the future? Lu Chen invited it without hesitation. The little golden carp seemed to be very excited. Its eyes were filled with anticipation, but it also seemed to be in a difficult position. Benefactor, I also want to follow you, but, now is not the time. I still have a lot of things to do. Lu Chen saw that it seemed to have some difficulties, so he didn't force it. He released little furball. Lu Chen warned it not to have any ideas about the little golden carp. This fella had to be on guard at all times. If he didn't make it clear, whatever carp it was, it could be eaten alive. The little golden carp seemed to be a little afraid of little furball. It said to Lu Chen, Benefactor, if you are done with your cultivation, call me. I will be beside you. When the time comes, I will bring you out. After saying that, the little golden carp turned its head and dived into the lake. Lu Chen looked at little furball helplessly. It must have scared the little golden carp away. Little furball, help me look after it. I want to learn some skills. After instructing it, Lu Chen went to the treasury and opened the Book of God and Demon Remnant. Learn the seventh scroll. Lu Chen had already learned the first 6 scrolls. He could learn the 7th scroll in one go. After learning it, Lu Chen began to look at the skills in detail. God 7 and Demon 7 both strengthened God 6 and Demon 6. Their attributes increased by 100%. To Lu Chen, whose attributes were already very high, the increase in strength was quite obvious. After all, only the 3rd and 6th transformations of the 9 transformations of God and Demon would have powerful skills. Then, according to this inference, the strongest move of the 9 transformations of God and Demon should appear during the 9th transformation. However, other than the 100% increase in attributes or attack, the 7 transformations of God and Demon didn't have any active skills. In the description, Lu Chen found an important piece of information. When the celestial demon symbiosis is activated, you will inherit the attributes of the 7 God transformations and the 7 demon transformations. Under the celestial demon symbiosis state, you will be able to activate the first order celestial demon body. Celestial demon astral form, movement speed increased by 400%, speed displacement skills enjoy the same increase. 5 senses increased by 400%. User will not be targeted by any skills. Attack speed and skill release speed increased by 400%. User can lock on to celestial bodies of 9 professions that are rank 2 and below. After locking on, the target will not be forced out of the celestial body state. During the duration of celestial demon astral form, the target will not be able to enter the celestial body state again. After obtaining the rank 1 divine demon star constitution, the number of attacks of the Holy Lotus Sword Heart, Calamity of God's Grace, and Purgatory of 10,000 demons have been doubled, and the number of times they can be used in reserve has been increased by 1. Cooldown reduced by 2 days. Duration, 8 seconds. Cooldown, 15 days. Collect more Divine Fiend sets to extend the duration and reduce the cooldown. Lu Chen looked at the description of the godly devil astral body and didn't react for a long time. Unfortunately, the 7 transformations of God and Demon didn't have any new active skills. However, the godly devil astral form had appeared. In fact, astral bodies had appeared in the various professions a long time ago. Lu Chen didn't know much about astral bodies. He only knew that it was one of the profession's skills. Every profession's astral body had its own unique characteristics. Poison masters could turn into poisonous fog. Sword spirits could turn themselves into a part of sword aura, which was equivalent to virtualizing their own bodies. Spirit controllers could merge with their summoned spirits. In comparison, the godly devil astral form seemed much weaker. His movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed were increased by 4 times. It felt much worse compared to the godly devil astral form, which could disappear at any time. However, Lu Chen knew that the godly devil astral form was stronger than any of the profession's astral bodies. With his super high movement speed, normal people couldn't possibly catch up to him. Those special skills with lock-on effects, such as sword intent and mark, couldn't lock on to the target either. This way, the effect was actually stronger than turning into poisonous fog. Poison Master's poisonous fog couldn't be easily discovered in a large area. After a sword spirit turned into sword aura, it could only move in the direction of the sword aura. The disadvantage of a spirit controller's astral body was also very obvious. When he merged with a spirit, although it strengthened the spirit, it was also bound to the spirit. However, the godly devil astral form was different. Lu Chen could move freely after activating the godly devil astral form. The most unreasonable thing about the godly devil astral form was that once it locked on to the target would be forced out of the astral form state. A stage 1 godly devil astral form directly suppressed a stage 2 astral form. This was something that had never happened before. In addition, as long as he obtained the godly devil astral form, all 3 skills would be strengthened. The other 2 seemed to be skills from other godly devils. Lu Chen still didn't know what they were, but he knew about the sacred lotus sword heart. Right now, the sacred lotus sword heart was his strongest skill. Now, his attack count had doubled, and his reserve count had increased to 4. At the same time, the cooldown had decreased by 2 days, and it could be recovered once every 15 days. Damn, I was still saying that I was envious of the astral bodies of other professions. Now, it seems that no astral body is stronger than mine. Lu Chen was suddenly very excited. Too strong. The 7 transformations of the godly devil is too much for me. The godly devil symbiosis state doubles my attributes, and the sacred lotus sword heart doubles my attack speed. With the 2 stacks, the sacred lotus sword heart's damage is directly quadrupled. Lu Chen took a deep breath. Divine demon symbiosis was Lu Chen's strongest state when he didn't activate soul body as one. The strengthening of divine demon symbiosis would make Lu Chen even stronger in the 5th celestial layer. The rewards this time were too great, and had already exceeded his expectations. I wonder where the 8th and 9th volumes are. If I collect them all, what kind of effects will there be? I'm really looking forward to it. Unfortunately, the clues of the 9 transformations of the godly devil were as confusing as the godly devil set. Until now, Lu Chen had not found any new clues. I'm afraid this kind of thing can't be forced. Let's deal with the matter at hand first. Lu Chen calmed himself down and took out his old map from his backpack. White Lion Nation's Inkai Valley should be there. Lu Chen used the search function and found the White Lion Nation. It was northwest of Dongyu Nation. In fact, it was not too far from Snow Mountain City, which was northwest of Dongyu Nation. Found it. There are also search results for the Magic Eye Valley. That's great. Before Lu Chen could finish his sentence, he saw the Magic Eye Valley displayed on the map and was stunned. There was indeed a Magic Eye Valley in the White Lion Nation. It was a huge valley that almost divided the White Lion Nation into 2. The valley was narrow at both ends and wide in the middle. From the map, it looked like an eye. This was probably where the name Magic Eye came from. Damn! It can't be. It's so big. If I want to search, wouldn't I have to cross an entire country? The country here was bigger than a continent on Earth. Senior Kong, you told me the name of a place, but it's like you didn't say anything. Lu Chen said gloomily. Forget it. At least I know where a spirit vein is. It's better than me wandering around like a headless fly. Lu Chen kept the map. Little furball, get ready to go. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.